Good morning. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, October 9th, 9:30 a.m. meeting. Will everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
The usual. I see a lot of people in the audience who apparently have not been here before, so we'll give you a brief overview as to how we run the meetings. First, we ask if there are any adjournments. They will be called first. I don't believe there are any on this morning, and then we will call the cases. Cases are presented by the applicant. If there are any objectors, they will be given the opportunity to voice their objections, and then we will close the hearings by having the applicant sum up. Once we close the hearings, no additional evidence will be admitted. We're not bound by the strict rules of evidence. This is an administrative body and not a court of law. So we're very liberal in terms of what we will take. We take emails, we take any other kind of evidence that is submitted. If there are any people who want to oppose the applicant's application and they get up, they're free to say that I agree with anybody who spoke before. You don't have to elaborate if you have nothing to add. All of the proceedings are live streamed. They're archived. We have a court reporter in the room. She takes down everything. You can look on the live stream if you want to review anything that has taken place here. And I believe I've covered everything that I want to cover anyway. All right, Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have any applications for adjournment this morning.
Okay.
We'll start with case 62124, Franklin Square, Nicola and Maria Mezzicella. Renewal of grant to maintain two-family dwelling, also known as 36 Barrymore Boulevard.
Morning. That's a new one. Hi. Hi. Hi back.
Yes. Can I speak in her behalf?
Depends on.
Okay, all right.
Just
This
tell
is,
us how you fit in. You give your name and address.
okay, my name is Giuseppina Day, 1043 Concord Street in Franklin Square. This is my mother, Maria Mazzella, the owner of 36 Barrymore Boulevard in Franklin Square, New York.
Okay.
I'm her daughter.
And she lives there.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a renewal of a grant to maintain a two-family dwelling.
Yes.
The building department inspected the premises on August 8th, 2024, and found, excuse me, that all conditions previously imposed by this board have been complied with. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay, any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I just move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You will receive a copy of the board's decision in the mail once it is made.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day,
Thank you.
folks.
Oh, that was easy. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Try not to make it too complicated,
Otherwise, we wouldn't understand it.
okay? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case, Patrick.
Next, we have case 62224, East Meadow, Phyllis M. Spagnola. Renewal of grant to maintain hot tub not permitted in the side yard, also known as 417 Garden Street.
Right.
There is an application for an appearance waiver on
All
this
right,
case.
so we'll grant the appearance waiver. There's no one here in opposition. The premises were inspected on July 29th by the building department, 2024, of course, and the sheet shows that all the conditions previously imposed by the board have been complied with. If I don't have any questions from the board, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. The
Second.
applicant will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second? Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Next, we have case 62324, Merrick
Mother, daughter.
Shastri and Sasha R. Sogrim, Ardeo and Calamardi Sogrim. mother-daughter residence, second kitchen, also known as 1467 Sycamore Avenue.
My name is Sasha Sugrim. This is my husband, Shastri Sugrim. 1467 Sycamore Avenue. My mother-in-law and father-in-law, Kamlawati Sugrim, and Hardy Sugrim is sitting back there, along with our architect, Kevin.
Well, good morning.
Morning.
Give your address.
Yes.
Want to give your name and address for the record, please?
Shastri Sugrim, 1467 Sycamore Avenue, Merrick, New York.
Yeah.
Good morning, folks.
Morning.
Morning.
You live at the same address, right? You gave it?
Yes. Go, no, you go.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, you folks are here this morning for a mother-daughter application. It looks like there are 4 people proposed to live in the house. Is that correct?
And my son,
Correct, yeah.
Oh, you
And
have
we have a 6-year-old.
Okay, hold on. You want to put him on?
Is he here or is he working?
busy at work.
He's at
yeah.
work.
I'm going to have you add him to the sheet, for those who live there or propose to live there. Give me the sheet. Give me a second
Take it.
here. Is the home upstairs and downstairs or side by side?
It's a 2-floor dwelling, so it's a first floor and second floor.
Okay, if you could just, so she can take it down for the record, state for the record, the people who are proposed, sorry, my voice doesn't carry, those folks who are proposed to live on the first floor, and then those who are proposed to live on the second floor, so we have it in the written record.
Sure. On the first floor will be my parents, Hardeo Sugrim and Kamlawarti Sugrim. On the second floor will be myself, Shastri Sugrim, my wife, Sasha Sugrim, and my son, Sai Sugrim.
And does the home already have the 2 kitchens in it?
The home is under construction right now, so no.
The entire home?
Yes.
It's a brand-new home or it's a remodel?
Brand new home.
Oh, okay. All right. So you were given the immediate family / mother-daughter fact sheet, in which you answered some questions. For example, is there a garage? No existing, but do you propose a garage?
Correct. There's a 4-car garage designed in the house.
Oh, so when you answer these questions, you were answering them literally as to, is there a garage now? Okay. So we'll go
I'm
through
sorry,
this.
yeah, I didn't.
There will be a proposed parking pad, right? How
Correct.
many cars can fit on that?
On the parking pad,
Yes,
a minimum 4,
4 and a garage. How many cars do you folks have?
5.
5?
Yeah.
Wait, this says, how many automobiles will be accommodated in the driveway? This says 1.
The driveway, not the garage.
Well, any off-street parking
Okay, so
that's not in a garage.
so the proposed property, there is a driveway on the right and left. So there is one off street parking on the left and the driveway on the right side that goes the entire length down to the back of the house. The driveway then goes to the pad in the back, and there's the 4-car garage in the back of the house.
The garage is 4 cars indoors.
Yes.
That, hold on. Okay, it's not here before us. Is it attached or detached?
It's attached.
Okay. Okay, so basically off-street, you have room for at least 5 vehicles.
Correct.
Okay, and you have 5 vehicles.
Yes.
And will there be a basement in the proposed dwelling?
There is a basement. Right now, it's designed for utilities.
Okay, and you did answer that no, there won't be a bathroom or cooking facilities in the basement?
Correct.
Okay, give me a second, I want to find the VAR. I need to find a certain sheet. How do you find the VAR? The VAR, I can't seem to find it anywhere. I just need to get the records. It's usually long.
No problem.
While we're looking for that,
Come up. What are these two?
I don't even. Bec- Okay. All right, so let the record reflect that Chairman was inquiring as to the photos in the file, and it appears the photos in the file are of the old house.
house.
So they won't really be considered in the board's deliberations. While we're waiting to find this document, you're aware, I want to go over the conditions of a mother-daughter use. You're aware you can only have 1 meter, 1 doorbell, 1 primary residence. It's supposed to give all the appearances of a single-family dwelling. In addition, if you're granted the use in this fashion, it is only for your family. It's not transferable, and unless the buyer has in place similar relief in advance, the kitchen needs to be removed, the second kitchen, before the house is transferred to a subsequent owner.
Yes.
Correct?
That is correct. I do have one thing to bring up. When we went through the process to get our plans approved, we had a second floor steps designed in, and they had us remove that to get the single family house approved. And I just wanted to find out with this process, and if we do get approved, are we able to put that back on plan too as well?
Were those indoor steps or outdoor?
Outdoor, from the second
On
floor.
the front or the back?
On the back. Second floor, because in the back of the house is a deck off of the first floor, so it would be from the second floor out to the deck.
Well, it would be up to the building department. My guess is that you would need relief for that because this house is supposed to give all the appearances of a single-family dwelling. And the reason they probably had you remove those is because you're not supposed to have a separate primary entrance to the second level. So if this is approved and you wish to put those steps on, you have to go back to the building department because they actually make that initial determination. We don't.
Okay.
But my guess is you would have to come back for that because you have, I assume you have a back door down below. You have-
Yes.
Yeah, so that starts looking like it's a separate unit rather than mother-daughter. So it's up to the building department, but I guess you need relief. That's why they precluded it to begin with.
Okay.
Okay, so did we ever get the BAR?
I don't know. Where is it?
No BAR. Okay,
Fluff
then
it.
the BAR. Do we- So we are unable to locate right now the Board of Architectural Review on the house. The Board of Architectural Review reviews whether or not the house is suitable to be used as a mother-daughter residence and suitable to revert back to a single-family residence on the cessation of that use. And they often make recommendations that we give you an opportunity to, for example, they'll make a recommendation that get rid of the door at the top of the stairs because that looks like a two-family dwelling.
Right.
And then we'll give you an opportunity to tell us why that may or may not be doable in the way of safety for pets or children or expense. The board will determine on its own once that's located so that we don't have to hold this hearing up. But at least you're aware of what that is, okay?
We'll hold the hearing open until we review the BAR.
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah. No, we'll have it today. We'll have that today, and we'll make our determination after we review it, okay?
Yeah, we did work with our architect and understand the revision, and we do have a set of plans to revert back to
Okay.
a single family.
Your architect is here, he's nodding his head. Is there anything you'd like to add, sir? If so, you can come up. What? Yeah. Give him a shot. He's got to earn his keep. Right?
Hello, my name is Kevin Fedorko.
Could you speak it directly into the microphone,
Oh.
please? Yeah.
My name is Kevin Fedorko. I reside at 131 West Fulton Street, Long Beach, New York. Yes, we provided plans for conversion back to a single home. Originally, the kitchen on the second floor would be reverted back to a bedroom adjacent to the living room. We do have some plans, just to actually reiterate back on the stairs for the exterior, the current family, the Sugam, their original home had burnt down in a fire in Queens, and this is pretty much the reason why they would actually like a second means of egress out of the home. All windows do meet are adequate for egress windows, but due to their experience with the last fire, they would like to have both staircases coming from interior of the house and from the exterior, just for your knowledge.
Where did you plan to put the exterior stairs? Just curiosity.
I do have a set of plans right here. They weren't approved to actually be submitted. If you like,
understand.
I can
No,
show.
No.
Just tell me where.
Yes, so if you look at the kitchen, you'll see a window right up against the pantry. That window is sized up as a door, which can obviously then be changed to a door. That staircase would come down towards the deck.
So it's going to be in the rear yard without affecting any side yards or rear yard setback?
Right.
Correct.
But wait, let's clarify. That proposed staircase that you want later is not your second means of egress. You already have a second one, because I asked him earlier. You have a back door on the first level down.
On the first
So
level,
those, you
correct.
have the front and back door as two means of egress.
Correct, on the
That
first
would be a
floor.
third
First
one.
floor.
Correct.
that would-
They want two means on the second floor, just God forbid anything happens.
Okay. All right, that concludes your case. Any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you, folks, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second? All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Next, we have cases 62424 through 62524.
Mother-daughter.
Oceanside, Christopher Gavarez and Monica B. Cathmeyer.
Shed.
Mother-daughter residence, second kitchen, maintained shed not permitted in the side yard, maintained second accessory structure, shed not permitted in the side yard, also known as 3826 Corral Boulevard.
Yes, I do. John Tufel, professional engineer, 707 Route 110, Farmingdale, New York.
Morning, Mr. Tufel.
Good morning.
You can proceed.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm here today with Christopher Gavares and Monica Kathmeyer and their family, who are requested to maintain an existing second kitchen for a mother-daughter residence at their home at 3826 Carroll Boulevard in Oceanside. We're also requesting to maintain two small storage sheds located in the north side yard.
Peace.
These sheds existed, as well as the second kitchen existed when they purchased the home in March of 2022. If this is granted, Christopher Gavares and Monica Kathmeyer will live on the second floor. The first floor will be occupied by Christopher's parents, Philip Gavares and Paulette Gavares, and Christopher's sister, Adele Gavares. Christopher's mom, Paulette, has health issues, which is a major reason for this proposed living arrangement. The storage sheds have a maximum height of 8 foot 9 inches and are relatively small at 48.3 and 65.6 square feet. They are needed because this waterfront home has no basement storage. Also, the backyard is relatively small, and the existing gravelled, landscaped, and wooden walk areas in the backyard, as well as the configuration of the house on the property. It kind of is slanted towards the back, so it makes it very difficult to locate the sheds in the backyard. Again, they bought the house in March of 2022. They really love the area, and respectfully request the board's approval of our application.
Mr. Tufel, I don't have any elevations, which is frustrating. We usually do. How many doors does the house have?
Well, there is, the main front door of the house, and there is a door in the back going out, and there is a rear second-story deck to the a rear second-story deck with stairs going up to it. So there's one front door, one back door, and a second-story deck.
The form that you filled out with who's going to live there lists 5 people. Are any of them here?
Yes, they're all right here.
You're the 5 folks. Okay. We received at least one email comment about the house indicating that the one portion of it is being rented out. Do all of these people live in the home? And you're Christopher, Monica, Philip, Paulette, and Adele. How many cars? You guys received, Mr. Tufel, did you advise him about the mother-daughter fact sheet?
Yes, it was exactly the 3, right, one doorbell, one mailbox. And there's 3
One
cars
gas
in the
meter?
family. Yes, one utility meter.
Not transferable if you sell the home. You must take out the kitchen and then,
Return.
go ahead, how many cars, how many?
Yeah, 3 cars in the family. There's off-street parking for 3 cars. Plus, there is a garage, a 1-car garage. Part of the garage is being diverted. We have an application in with the building department for
They
that.
have room for 3 cars off-street.
They have 3 cars off the street, correct?
And there's no
3 and they have
restriction.
3?
Yeah, right. They had space for parking for 3 off the street, and there's 3 cars in the family.
Is there any restriction on parking on the street in front of it?
Excuse me, I'm sorry?
Is there any restriction on parking cars in the street in front of the house?
I don't believe so. No, there's not. Plus, that they do have the parking for 3 cars in the driveway off of the street.
So,
Mr. Tufel, in the future, can you make sure the plans have elevation? Most do, but
Yes, I'm sorry. I will, though. I apologize for that. I have photos of the house,
we have photos here.
but, okay.
We have photos.
one moment.
But yes, I'll make sure of that. I have plans.
None. Okay. You also have an open building permit for chain link fence. Is that being
Yes, we're
closed
going to
out?
be taking care of that. That will be taken care of.
Gail?
Okay, Mr. Tufel, we are similarly unable to locate the BAR. In this case, apparently, somehow it's not in the file. But as you know, the Board of Architecture reviews files to determine whether or not the dwelling is suitable to be used as a mother-daughter immediate family residence, and whether or not it is suitable to be converted back at the cessation of such use. In this case, we don't have it now. We will hold the record open while we have it located in our office, and to the extent there are any recommendations in it, we'll use our judgment as to whether or not those would be expensive or unsafe for children or pets, and deliberate on that so that you folks don't have to stay here.
Okay.
So other than that, Mr. Chairman, I have no other questions.
Good. Do I then have a motion?
I move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Tufel, you and your clients, each of whom I assume have signed in, will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you, folks, and have a nice day.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Oh, we got it. This one.
Next, we have cases 62624 through 62924 near Island Park. Joseph Burt, Dina Burt, and Jeanette E. Canavoca. Variances: lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, maintained roof over entry and roof over patio, both attached to dwelling. Variances: lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, maintained second floor deck with stairs attached to dwelling. Maintain pool, pool deck, and pool equipment with less than required rear and side yard setbacks. Maintain shed not permitted in side yard with lot area occupied variance, also known as 134 Sunset Avenue.
Good morning. Gennaro Cozzolino, 2125 Deer Park Avenue, Deer Park, New York, 11729. Good morning, Mr.
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
We have to locate. Before we couldn't locate the BARs, now we can't locate the file. So, we'll get there.
No worries.
Jackpot.
Have you visited the site?
Yes.
Proceed. No.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Morning.
members of the board. Again, Gennaro Cozzolino for the homeowners, Joseph and Dina Bird of 134 Sunset Avenue, Island Park, also known as Section 43, Block 105, Lot 338, located in the Residence B zone. We are requesting relief from the board to legalize an existing roof over, second-story deck, semi-in-ground pool with deck and pool equipment, and a shed in the side yard. These structures require variances for lot coverage, requesting to maintain 32.8% from permitted 27.5%, a difference of 5.3%. Sure. Maintain 32.8 from permitted 27.5, a difference of 5.3%. Variance for side yard aggregate, requesting to maintain 13.8 feet to the second floor deck and 14.4 feet to the side roof over. From permitted 15 feet, a difference of 1.2 feet and 0.6 feet respectively. The existing pool, pool deck, and pool equipment require variances for aggregate side yard setback, requesting to maintain 14 feet from permitted 15 feet, a difference of 1 foot. Variance for rear yard setback, requesting to maintain 3 feet from permitted 4 feet, a difference of 1 foot. The pool equipment maintains a rear and side yard setback of 2 feet instead of permitted 4 feet, a difference of 2 feet. And lastly, permission to maintain frame shed in the side yard instead of permitted rear yard. As the board can see from the plot plan, the property is unusual in shape, and the homeowners are kind of restricted with space in the rear yard. That is why the shed was built in the side yard. As the board can see, I believe you have photos available. These structures have been there for several years. The property has always been very well maintained and with no known complaints from any of the abutting property owners.
Mr. Cozzolino, how did your client come to know these items needed to be legalized?
Well, they plan to retire soon and move, so they figured they'd get a jump start on legalizing the structures on the property.
Okay. And just real quickly, I apologize if you said it. The pool, what's the rear and side yard on the maintained pool and the side yard on the shed?
The pool maintains a 3-foot rear yard and a variance for rear yard, 3-foot rear yard setback on the pool?
And a 4 on the side yard for the pool? Is that what you said?
Yes,
And what is required on each of those?
4 feet.
Well, wait, 4 feet were
4 feet.
required for side yard and 4 feet is there, you wouldn't need a variance.
Well, we just need a variance for the rear yard. The pool equipment, however, needs side yard and rear yard.
Oh, they're together on mine. Maintain pool, pool deck, and pool equipment with less than required rear and side yards.
Pool equipment maintains 2 feet rear and side yard, where 4 feet.
Okay, hold on. So putting them all together,
Okay,
right, as they are on my calendar, what's the smallest rear yard and smallest side yard they're
2
providing?
feet.
Wait, I can't hear.
2 feet,
2 feet, which, rear or side?
both, rear and
Okay, so
side.
they're 2 and 2, and they're required 4 and 4.
4 and 4.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
And then on the shed, it needs side yard, I take it?
The shed just needs relief for
Oh, it just
being,
needs inside yard.
for being in the side yard, correct.
I don't see where the pool equipment is located on your plot plan.
It's in the bottom right corner.
But,
No,
okay,
where does it say it's equipment?
it says it's pool equipment, but there's nothing depicted.
There's a circle there,
Oh,
just a pool filter.
circular pool equipment.
Oh,
Pool
that thing that
filter.
looks like an O. That's it? That?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good one.
I have no further questions.
That concludes my, my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Costa.
From the board?
No,
If
sir.
not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Cozzolino, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Gotcha, okay. Next, we have case 63024 Belmore, Janice Manzoliolo. Maintain pool and pool equipment not permitted in the side yard. Maintain 6-foot-high fence for the dwelling on Howell Street, also known as 103 Howell Street.
Good morning. I'm Janice Menzalillo. I live at 103 Howell Street. I'm requesting that I can maintain my pool in the side yard, and part of my fencing is forward of the property line, the front of the house. The pool was present when I moved in 1990. I've maintained it. The fencing was a stockade fence, and I replaced it with a PVC fence in March of 2007. At that time, I pushed the 4 sections of the fence forward to make the backyard more spacious, to make it easier to mow, and I didn't see that affected any of the neighboring properties. I do have a couple of pictures if I can submit it, if that's helpful.
Did you take the photographs?
Yes.
Okay, and do they fairly and accurately portray what they purport to portray? They've not been altered in any way or
No.
edited?
They're not. I was told at the Board of Appeals.
All right, we'll accept those into evidence.
Okay.
May I ask you, does your house front on Howell Street?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then, so your pool's here in the side yard. Let me just, trying to see. So I have a notice here on the site plan, plot plan that says existing section of fence to be removed, because as it stands, it looks like the fence goes all the way to the front of your property.
I have an unusual situation. It's a panhandle type of property where my house is the last house perpendicular to a factory. And the factory fence, well, the factory,
Just a second.
yes.
A second. She got it.
First is there's two pictures. One is looking out of my house. You'll see the deck, the pool, and fence.
We have Google Earth on our,
Oh, okay.
and
Okay,
it certainly shows that on the
I thought it
rear.
was a good view.
Okay,
The
so,
rear and side yard it's commercial property, it's a parking lot.
Yes.
right, and you have a
Yes.
large, I see from the images on Google Earth, a large tree in that corner. But I
Yes.
want to ask back to, it says existing section of fence to be removed. Has that been removed?
No, it hasn't.
Okay,
It's
that's enough of an answer.
It's
Okay,
continuous
so-
with the factory.
So currently, that fence forward of your house goes all the way to the front property line, but you're explaining to us that because of the industrial space there, it's not a thoroughfare that we normally are concerned as much about the safety, and there's a giant tree there anyway, which is obviously useful because it helps to block the industrial place there. So if you could keep that fence all the way forward despite the note here that is to be removed, I'm not saying we're going to say you can't, but would you prefer to keep it there since it's not yet been removed?
Yes,
That's okay.
the
Yes is
fact-
sufficient.
There is only one fence, which is my fence, between the property, my property, and the factory. And that fence extends to their gate, so it's
I understand.
a common thing. That's,
I-
if you take it down, you would open it, the factory to the street.
The,
It would
the-
have to be replaced.
The point is, if you have to enclose a swimming pool safety-wise with a minimum of a 5-foot-high fence,
Yes,
with self-closing gates and all of that,
Yes.
alarms and so on.
yes,
So that's what you must maintain.
yes.
And it's unusual that people ask for fences beyond the front front setback of their house. In your case, it's unique
Yes,
that you have an industrial area and parking lot to the rear and to the side of you. So as long as you maintain that fencing in a safe manner, as prescribed by the building department, have a nice day.
One last thing, just for the record. Your driveway does not abut that fence, so it's doubtful that it would cause any visibility issue for you getting in and out of your driveway. Thank you.
Anything you'd like to add?
You did a good job.
No.
Great job.
Stop while you're ahead.
Yep.
okay. Thank you very much.
Silence
You're
can
welcome.
sometimes be golden. All right, any other questions from the board?
Mr.
If
Chairman,
not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mrs. Manzalillo, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a nice
Second.
day.
Mr. Plumer, all in favor, aye.
Next, we have cases 63124 through 63224 Oceanside. Altef Mazalwala. Maintain accessory structure shed with more than required rear and side yard setbacks. Maintain 4-foot-high picket fence and clear sight triangle, which may substantially obstruct line of sight. Also known as 3102 Royal Avenue.
Lisa Koshia with Permits R Us, 338 Jericho Turnpike, number 396, Syosset, New York, 11791.
Have you visited the site?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, you're welcome. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here representing Mr. Masalawala, who lives at 3102 Royal Avenue in Oceanside. He wishes to maintain a shed and a 4-foot-high picket fence. Excuse me. This property is located in a Residence B zone. The shed has a rear yard setback of 6.6 feet and a side yard setback of 37.89 feet, where the required is 2 feet and 2 feet. The 4-foot picket fence is in a clear sight triangle. However, it does not obstruct any line of sight. The shed, because where it's located, the fence is set back from where the property line is, so when you pull up to the stop sign, you can see both left and right
Are you saying
of
that
vehicles.
because of its location, it doesn't obstruct? Or is it because the nature of the fence? In other words, if someone changed that to a 4-foot solid fence or a 6-foot solid fence, just for purposes of analysis, would it then be an obstruction potential?
I would say both. I would say because of the location, first and foremost, but because it is a picket fence and you can see through it, and it's only 4 feet tall.
That's
But if a solid fence would be an issue, then it's in large part the nature of the fence. Okay.
I don't think a solid fence would be an issue because of the location. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm sorry, you're here for the 4-foot picket in the clear site.
Yes.
But as you move, where's the arrow? As you move west along the front property line on River Street, the plot plan says that's a 6-foot PVC fence, and that's a front yard. Does that have relief already, or? And that goes almost up to the driveway, it appears.
Are you on Royal Avenue,
No, I'm looking at River Street.
River Street?
This is next to the neighbor's driveway here.
right where you show the dimension of 67 feet.
No, but I'm talking about this 6-foot fence on it.
Foot, I'm sorry.
Solid.
I apologize.
And it goes up to that curb cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah, no, I'm just asking if that fence has relief.
Can't.
Well, unless they, hold on, turn that off, Joe. Unless is that this misinterpretation of that ordinance that, I'm guessing that
No.
the ordinance that says you can have anything in the side yard, if you have a lawful 6-foot fence in the side yard, but it never says you can have that fence. It was the reason that they have that fence, otherwise there. Biking,
all right.
Mr. Albert, would that be, can I show you that? Yeah. I'm guessing that's what it is. So,
Driveway is on River.
River Street, correct.
So if you, as far as you
Doesn't-
know,
doesn't-
Ms. Kachia, is there any relief? See that 6-foot fence running half the distance of the front yard along River up to your client's curb cut, and it's a 6-foot solid, has at least two issues. One, I think it probably should add some relief, but there is one gray area. Well, I don't think it's gray, but at the very least, it's next to your client's driveway. And let me see, where is the neighbor's driveway there too? Where's that?
Yeah.
And it's next to the neighbor's driveway. Like your client could not see, and it's on the side that both vehicular and pedestrian traffic could, you couldn't see anyone walk on the sidewalk. And, arguably, I mean, it's on a corner, so maybe it would be less problematic, but either way, the neighbor isn't gonna be able to see the vehicular traffic pulling out. So,
No, it's not near,
I'm just waiting for,
it's not near the neighbor's
So
driveway
the only
at all.
consolation is
okay,
that
yeah, but,
that's her driveway that blocks.
yeah, it's her driveway. Yeah, and also, we only have the 4-foot, and the 4-foot fence has the clear sight triangle issue in both the traditional clear sight triangle and the neighbor's driveway, right? The 4-foot fence you're here for in clear sight, you're here for it clear sight, both traditional clear sight, the intersection, and presumably, you're not here for the neighbor's driveway on it. What do you say, what say you, Mr. Albert? Well, actually, for all of the questions, but, okay, so, 4-foot picket, traditional clear sight, plus neighbors, but she wasn't cited for the neighbors, is that as of right? Forward of the dwelling, right next to the neighbor's driveway, 4-foot picket. I thought, here. Is that as of right? This is her front yard. No, so she should have been cited for this corner, not just this, but she's cited for this one, here, and she's not cited for this one, and we don't know how she got 6-foot fence there without. No, the only thing before us right now is this. No, this isn't even before us, only this. Not this, not this, and not this fence. And you've had, to your knowledge, your clients had no prior fence relief.
They have, no, it's just the building permit that was issued that we're here to solve this corner.
This is closed or rear dormer, rear plumbing. There seems to be, you need the neighbor's driveway clear side.
Right. Correct.
Is the 4-foot fence running along the neighbor's driveway? Let me get the name. The neighbor Schwartz, which is, where's the arrow? Which is north of your client, so the 4-foot picket neighbor
On Royal Avenue.
on
Over
Royal.
there.
Is that 4-foot picket fence that runs down that shared property line your client's or the neighbor's?
I believe it's ours.
Okay, Penny. Number one.
the 6-foot fence that's along the back is labeled on the plot plan as neighbor's fence.
You didn't. So you didn't get relief from us for that 6-foot section, your client didn't. Do you know if your client got a permit for it as of right?
Are you speaking about this? Okay, sorry. Is it the 6-foot section that runs along River Street? Is that what you're talking about? I believe that the permit number 24-1275 is encompassing all of the fencing. And part of that is why I'm here today, for relief of the clear site. (24-1275), I believe, yes, is the picket also.
No. Counsel to the board's going to check real quick and see what's encompassed. You're probably right, it's probably all of it. Unfortunately, not all of it's before us, so we'll have to figure out procedurally how we handle it.
Okay.
Because either way, the only thing before us is that 4-foot picket fence, clear sight triangle.
Right, right.
And one of our members seems to think that that other piece next to the neighbor's driveway on Royal, is it?
Right, yes, Royal.
That may not be your client's fence, because instead of being scalloped like the rest of your neighbor's fence, it's got a straight edge. And apparently, as your neighbor's fence, that's as of right, because the neighbor's not in a corner, which actually, in 20 years here, that's actually news to me. But apparently it had to do with the rewriting of certain statutes and not others.
Right.
Remember when 4-foot fence was as of right for the dwelling, even if it was solid?
Yes.
Apparently that's still governing interior lots or something. It's unclear to me, but Mr. Albert indicated. So if that is in fact your neighbor's, that's an as of right fence, so you'll find that out.
Okay.
Then you are here already for the 4-foot clear sight picket. And then we just have the issue of the 6-foot fence, solid in the front yard, in the front door of the house. And if that's gone, you don't have the clear sight triangle issue as it relates to the applicant's driveway. Okay, so now what do we do? We have to renotice it and adjourn it. That 6-foot fence wasn't advertised.
Do you happen to know if this River Street is a paper street?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Is it,
I apologize.
the 6-foot, excuse me, the River Street, is it a paper street? Paper.
So it's all the
Paper.
fence.
Paper Street? What does that mean?
It's not dedicated to the town. The town does not maintain it, or it's not dedicated to the
Oh,
town.
sorry, that I don't know.
Because it's in pretty rough shape, really rough shape.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, I just told her to check that. But so now, we still have to adjourn this.
How do you propose you address the 2 abandoned cars? They're not allowed, and it's not nice.
I will make a mention to my client.
I mean, if they're 10 to granted, my objection is gonna be that the cars get removed
Okay.
on a condition, just to give you a heads up.
So I'm willing to go forward. Does he do anything? Well, it's
It looks like he's restoring them, but they're not, they haven't been restored in a while.
I don't know what the intention with the
I
cars are, to
understand.
be
I
honest.
wouldn't expect you to know, but I just bring it to your attention.
Thank you.
All right, Ms.
All right. All right.
Ms. Kachia?
Yes.
So council has confirmed that the application that was put in was for all the fencing. It didn't make it to our calendar, but it was properly on the materials that were on file for the required 30 days. So I think council has indicated we will hear the remainder of the case, and given that we don't think the lack of the wording on our calendar administratively was just an error, and we don't think it's substantive, so that we can go ahead and
Yeah,
render a decision on the case once we finish hearing it, and the board has a chance to deliberate and decide what should and should not be granted.
Okay.
Is there anything else you wish to add?
The shed and fence have been there since 2014, and just that my client respectfully requests your approval.
Ms. Cusley, Ms. Kachia, can you check and confirm to our board that that fence on the side on Royal, that does or does not, we don't think it belongs to your client? Can you check and let the board know?
The 4-foot picket, right, that's by the driveway?
Yes.
Along the northerly
That's
side.
not scalloped. So let us know about that.
And the 6-foot picket that's on the neighbor's fence along on River Street by my client's garage, that's labeled on the plot plan as neighbor's fence.
Right, yeah, that's
Okay.
not of a concern.
Okay.
Of much of a concern, if any.
Okay.
It's the solid 6-foot
Solid
forward,
6.
both the existence of it and then the additional issue it creates, which is the applicant's driveway.
Okay.
All right. I have no questions.
Any other questions from the board? If not,
Just
do I?
want to comment.
Go ahead.
If I can. When you were having your conference, I asked Ms. Cucchiara about, there's 2 abandoned cars on the property. I don't know whether it was noticed. I told her that if the board intends to approve the case, it's going to be subject to removing those vehicles, and that there should be no repairs of automobiles. Just, I know you were engrossed in a conversation.
Do you know anything about these 2 vehicles?
I saw them there, but I don't know what the purpose of them are or what they're doing with them. I don't know. But
Do you know if your client is in the automobile repair business?
that I don't know either. I'm
Pardon me?
sorry. I don't know if he's in the automobile repair
right.
business.
Make sure they know that they can't conduct a business of any type, or particularly automobile,
Right.
on the premises.
I will.
Okay.
All right, are we done?
Can I have a motion? If
Move the
there are
hearing
no
be closed,
further
the matter be,
questions?
I move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Ms. Cuccia, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second? Favor?
Aye.
Next, we have case 63324, Woodmere, Kevin Talty. Variance, lot area occupied, maintain a deck attached to dwelling, also known as 105 Longworth Avenue. I just wondered from earlier, just your name and address for the record.
Lisa Koshia with Permit to Us, 338 Jericho Turnpike, number 396, Syosset, New York, 11791. Good morning again.
Morning.
I'm here on behalf of Mr. Talty, who resides at 105 Longworth Avenue in Woodmere. He wishes to maintain a rear wood deck. This property is located in a Residence B zone. The lot coverage on this property is 32.33%, where the required is 27.5%. Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Ms. Cuccia,
Yes.
on your zoning information on the plot plan, it indicates that it's 32.33 like you indicated, but that the allowable is 30%. That's obviously the deck number. does that deck number apply, just so I know what variance we're talking about? Or does the 27 and a half, as you've indicated in your testimony, apply? How far off the, off grade is the deck?
How far off grade? I have to find it.
Thank you.
No, it's up about, I think it's about 5 steps.
All right. All right, so I think that the applicable number is what you've testified to, 27 and a half. Let me just have you change it on the issue.
It's 4 foot above grade, the
Yeah,
deck.
so the applicable number is 27 and a half. Just change it initially. You did testify 27 and a half. I just want the records to be accurate.
It's a separate entrance. It's an apartment back here.
I like how you like that.
I know.
I'm gonna say it's. What do we have to look at the matching deck?
It's an entrance into,
Do we have any plans?
I don't know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what to do.
Did you submit plans with this case?
Submit plans?
Floor plans, yes.
I don't think so.
It's just, yeah, because of
Because
the
we're
deck.
just here
Don't
for
need
the
the deck.
deck, so I don't believe so.
I have no further questions.
What would you do when you get this up?
How much of that, do you want to break down
Separate
on
entrance.
what's the house and what is the deck? Sometimes you
Would you
ask for
require
that.
that? And this is the back, it's
Yeah.
right here. It's
Ms. Kachia, just
possibly a
so we,
subdivided garage or
to
home.
make the record,
Yes.
what percentage of the house, I'm guessing the house is already over 27 and a half without the deck, but can you just give me the breakdown?
Yeah, the house itself is at 28.07%, and the deck by itself would be 4.26% on the
Thank-
lot coverage. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Ms. Kachia, you will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank
Second?
you.
Have a nice day.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next, we have cases 63424 through 63524, Merrick, Nicole, and Fred Meyer. Variance lot area occupied, construct covered porch attached dwelling, special exception to maintain shed exceeding horizontal maximum, and with lot area occupied variance, also known as 130 Kirkwood Avenue.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Griffin for Captain Permit. My address is 245 Route 109, Suite D. It's in West Babylon, New York.
Morning.
Agent representing the applicant?
Correct.
That's
yes,
your
representing
relationship.
the owner, Nicole and Fred Marie.
Okay,
Go
you're
on.
here because you have a covered porch that you wish to construct and a shed you wish to maintain. You need lot area occupied, I think, on both, and the special exception to maintain the shed, which exceeds the allowable horizontal maximum of 12 feet on one or both sides.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So why don't you give us the numbers?
Yes, so the shed is only 0.2 feet over, which is less than 3 inches.
Say that again. The shed is allowed to be 12 feet on each side. What are your sides?
12.2, which would be 3 inches over. We're asking a relief of 3 inches.
12.2, and the other side is under the 12.
Yes.
Okay.
It's 8.2.
All right. And you have lot area occupied on both the items. You're in a Residence B zone, right, Merrick?
Correct.
27.5% allowable.
Correct.
What do you propose?
It would be 28.45%, so it would only be over 71.7 square feet.
28.45, right?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Other than that, you seek no other relief, is that correct?
No, no other reliefs.
Give us just a moment.
No problem.
What do you want? Here, here it is closed. Same thing.
It's a neighbor's fence? What do you got?
It's a Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Griffin, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
We'll be calling case 63624 Oceanside, Marissa DeVito. Variance lot area occupied. Maintain one-car detached garage, also known as 46 West Henrietta Avenue.
Luigi DeVito for the applicant, 46 West Henrietta Avenue, Oceanside, New York, 11572. Good morning, members of the board. I have an application to maintain a one-car detached garage, which was built in 2008 at 46 West Henrietta Avenue, Oceanside. The plan examiner reviewed the plans on June 21, 24, and determined that it met all zoning requirements except that the lot coverage was exceeded under Article 7, Section 69 of the Town Code.
What lot, it's a B zone?
It's a B zone, the property is a B zone.
27.5, and what is the lot area occupied?
Lot area occupied is 2,063 square feet.
What percentage?
4.4%.
Pardon me?
4.4?
That it exceeds?
Exceeds, it's 34.4%, right, exceeds by
31.4.
34.4?
Okay, here's
So,
what's happening.
okay.
All right.
27 and a half is allowable, not 30.
Oh, not
Because you're in a
30?
residence B zone.
Oh, okay.
So the confusion is 27 and a half is allowed, and
So
you
it's-
proposed 34.4%.
Correct. So it's,
Okay, that was actually the best pro se presentation I think we've ever had. It was straight and to the point, but gave the
That's
information
it.
necessary.
Okay.
And that's the only relief you seek.
Correct.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
And
Thank you very
brevity,
much.
brevity does count, Mr. DeVito.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, hey. My second child was a daughter, but if she was a son, she was going to be Marco Luigi. So I noticed your name is Luigi. Good name.
Next, we have case 63724 Belmore, Lawrence Jimenez, and Claudia Ortiz. Variance
Who named
side
your
yards
children?
aggregate, maintain roof over entryway and cellar entrance attached to dwelling, also known as 749 Newbridge Road.
I do.
Tina Pangallo, 549 Hempstead Turnpike, West Hempstead, New York, 11552. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm representing Lawrence Ubinis and Claudia Ortiz of 749 Newbridge Road in Belmore. The property is located on the east side of Newbridge Road, 65 feet north of Belmont Avenue in Residence B. We're requesting a variance to maintain a roof over the entryway and cellar entrance that violates the side yard aggregate required of 15 feet. The aggregate provided is 14.4 feet, a difference of only 7 inches. Lawrence and Claudia purchased the home last year. There was an aluminum enclosed vestibule that was over that step. They tried to modernize it by putting this roof over, and they received a stop work order. Yes. We also filed for the additional work that was previously done under building permit 24232. They're waiting for the plumbing to be closed out and to also close out the old open permit for the detached garage. I would like to submit letters from 2 neighbors indicating they have no objection to the board granting this variance. Exactly.
Ask her if she's been there. Hey, have you been there, Ms. Mangalo?
Yes.
And downstairs in the cellar, what's there?
There's a unfinished part, a rec room, a bathroom, and a storage room.
An unfinished what?
An unfinished section,
Oh, section. Oh, part, you said.
and that's filed under building permit 24-232.
Has this been on fire?
No.
Oh, it's just a terrible picture.
The photo,
Oh.
the photos.
Oh, yeah, they're all.
Does it look like they're
They're
all?
all black.
What? The photos are all black.
Really?
Come look at them, Ms.
Not all
Mangalo.
black, but looks terrible.
It really, look at this. It looks like it was on, look. But look at how it looks all black.
Okay, yeah.
You see how that looks like on fire?
Yeah, yeah, oh, I see, over here.
Look here,
right.
look
Oh,
here.
yes.
Looks terrible.
What's,
Wait,
Oh, well, quality
So
of
they
the
have
photos.
three
They
levels.
will reduce to commenting.
this is,
Yes.
here's what I have for a plan.
wait a second.
Plan view, I guess that's the first floor.
Yes, that's the first floor, correct.
Okay, I have no other,
This,
nothing else.
there's a structure beyond the stairs.
That's just the wood they were doing, a deck. This is the cellar entrance.
Yeah.
Over here. Then there's a deck. I guess maybe you're seeing the wood there.
But it's not here. Should be.
That's this here.
This is the cellar entrance.
No, this is the
This
cellar
is.
entrance, right.
Okay, so the deck is here.
No, the deck is here. This is a patio. You know, brick patio on grade. That wood is just the wood from the deck that they have laying on the ground. Because they got
Oh,
stop
okay.
work order.
Got it.
They did.
Stop work order for the
They
deck.
got a stop work order. Terrible is that?
That was filed under a separate permit.
What's in the basement when we're talking about a cellar entrance?
Oh, okay.
Because
Well, the
there's a
cellar
sufficient
entrance-
nexus between asking us to give you relief for a cellar entrance. In my opinion, a sufficient nexus to say, well, what's in this? Why do they need it? Because, you know, we inquire about need
5 minutes.
in it.
Then we
They
do
do
this.
not have an issue with that.
Absolutely, and I never feel that cellar entrances. But the cellar entrance didn't require a variance, so that's filed under a separate permit. So the roof over is the.
That's what you hear?
No,
Steph.
I'm here for the roof over.
Stephanie,
Well,
She
that's
did?
what I
Okay.
had asked when so
I have no
it's
idea
worded
what that
as
is.
the roof over is over the side step and the cellar entrance. The cellar entrance, remember, but the cellar entrance
that's a good
doesn't need a
point.
variance.
Oh, because it looks like it does.
Yeah, the way it was worded.
And cellar entrance.
Oh, that must be
Because I'm saying that the roof over is over the entryway and the cellar entrance, the whole roof over.
Because it looks like, look, maintain roof over entryway and
and cellar entrance.
Right.
So it looks like maintain roof over entry and maintain cellar entrance.
We're not maintaining cellar entrance here.
Oh,
We're maintaining the roof over the cellar.
So we got,
yeah. Well, I understand.
we're gonna have to fix it how this is worded. Because this, it would be better to have maintain roof over entryway. If the cellar entrance is irrelevant, other than it's under the roof, I think it's better, we'll figure it out another time, but we gotta figure out a better way to word it, because
Well, let's see, street view.
Because the problem isn't just what's in the cellar. Confusion. The problem is
I don't know. There's no plans for it.
the building department will rate our grant and think that's a grant. So let's say someone doesn't, say someone did make cellar entrance, like, what when they do, how's it gonna look different? And our grants
Is this
will
it?
be read as approving cellar entrances.
749.
Like backdoor. You know what I mean? You could come in for like that and then build a cellar entrance. So they could change their cellar entrance. When we make this grant, I guarantee you they could change their cellar entrance in a way. And they would point to our grant and say, oh, no, BZA grant.
Is this, Tina, is this the house?
Can,
We're gonna have to, John, we do have to fix that.
No, that's not the house.
Okay,
I said later, no, we're gonna fix the way.
it's not the house.
Yeah, we gotta fix it for all of them. Let the record reflect that the representative, Ms. Pangallo, for the applicant, looked at the plans, both the pictures that looked like it was on fire, and explained why they gave that appearance, which was inaccurate, and more importantly, the board learned that although it reads maintain roof over entryway and cellar entrance attached to dwelling, the cellar entrance is not before this board. It's usually merely used as a description of what's under the roof over entry that is before the board, just so that any grant the board may make is clarified that it's not for the cellar entrance
It
also.
is only for the maintenance of the roof.
Go ahead, Ms. Bengal. Is there anything else you wish to add?
No, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the, okay.
Okay.
Yes. What's in the cellar? It's a part of it is unfinished.
Asked
There's a
and
rec
answered.
room, there's a bathroom,
Asked and
and there's
answered.
a storage room. The plumbing inspector will be there this week, and then the building inspector will do his sign-off.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Ms. Pangallo will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next case.
Next, we have case 638 of 24 North Belmore, Jose Caballero and Yamalith Velasquez Caballero, variance, lot area occupied, construct two-car detached garage, also known as 2758 Court Street.
Before you begin.
Good morning.
Wait. Let the record reflect that I will not vote or participate in this hearing, and I will be recused.
My name is Carlos Munoz from Todd O'Connell Architects, 1200 Veterans Highway, Hauppauge, New York. We represent the applicant Jose Caballero and Yamila Velasquez Caballero. We're proposing a 20 by 22 car garage in a Res B zone where 27.5% is allowed. Our lot coverage is going to be 31.8. There will be no further relief requested. The garage will be compliant with setbacks, height. The only thing that we'll be needing it would be for the 31.8% lot coverage.
Sir, do you propose that the garage have electrical? I take it yes.
Yes.
Heat or plumbing?
No.
Neither heat, no heat, no plumbing?
No heat, no plumbing.
And your client would accept a condition as such?
Yes.
Thank you.
You still have an open building permit to construct a two-story dwelling. What's
Yeah.
taking so long?
They've submitted all the final inspections. They submitted the final survey recently. I think it's just a matter of closing it out. I'm not sure. I don't think there's any more documents that they have to submit. All the inspections passed already.
For lack of a better term, the attic of the garage, is that just some storage area?
Storage, yes.
Only a pull-down stair?
Pull down, yes. There's
No-
not enough space. I think it's about 42 inches, maybe tops, from the ceiling joist to the bottom of the ridge.
Does your client have a garage in the house also?
No.
I assume it was built with a garage at one point?
No, so we designed a new house as well. There used to be a detached two-car garage previously in the property, which was demoed. And that's what we were trying to replace, that existing garage that we demoed with the previous application for the new house.
But did you get a building permit for a house without a garage interior?
Yes.
So that building permit in 2022,
Doesn't
that
have-
that was to construct a dwelling without any garage?
Correct. There's no garage in that building permit.
Is there an as-of-right grant available without a garage or not? Mr. Levine used to always drill me on that. Can one get an application for a house approved without a garage interior?
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second.
Thank you, have a nice day.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Apparently you can.
Next, we have case 63924 near Island Park, John Rizzo. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, construct addition with roof over and roof over open porch, both attached to dwelling, also known as 87 Jamaica Avenue.
Dominic Minerva, Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York. Attorney for the applicant.
John Rizzo, 87 Jamaica Avenue, Island Park, New York, 11558.
The application before you today involves the property at 87 Jamaica Avenue in Island Park. It's known as Section 43, Block 180, Lot 127 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The project is a proposed facade renovation to the existing dwelling with a foyer addition, relocation of the roofed-over front porch portico, and an addition of a front roofed-over open porch on the southerly side of the front facade. The relief requested is for lot area occupied. 29.6% is proposed, with 27.5% permitted. The front additions, that's the foyer addition, the roofed-over front porch portico, and the front porch to the side of the foyer, 141 square feet, or 2.4% lot coverage of the 6,000 square foot parcel. There's also a variance requested for front yard setback. There's also a variance requested for front yard setback. The existing setback to the dwelling is 25.4 feet. The average front yard setback is 25.6 feet. What we're proposing is 21.4 feet to the front open porch. That's the one that's on the south side of the house. And 17.9 feet to the new roofed over open porch, which is it's right in the front entrance, the portico, I'll call it. And that setback to 17.9 is only for a width of 9.4 feet of the lot, of the 60-foot lot. There is an existing portico and front porch with steps that encroaches into the front yard already, so the 25.6-foot front yard setback is to the house itself with the second floor overhang. So I'm just going to submit, I have the survey, it's an old survey, but it was submitted with the application, and the Nassau County abstract from the assessor's website, and that shows that there's an existing open front porch portico and steps. And I would note there's also front porch portico and steps for both houses on either the north or the south side of the subject property at 81 Jamaica and 93 Jamaica. And we do have the consent of the homeowner to the south, where our open front porch is going to go on the south side of the portico, and that I'll submit as an applicant's exhibit as well, the consent from the neighbor. These are very minor variances we're requesting. The proposal will be in keeping with the character of the area, won't be detrimental, and we're just really upgrading the appearance of the front facade. And although we're asking for a foyer addition of 4 feet and then a portico of 3.5, so 7.5 feet into the front yard, that we're really only going 4 feet into the front yard from what's there now, because the 25.6-foot setback doesn't encompass the roofed over portico that's there today. So it's very minor variance. And we remain available for any questions.
Yes. You have an open building permit for a swimming pool.
That's a statement.
Yeah.
And, okay. Do you have an open,
Isn't it true that you have an open building permit for?
It is true that my client has an open permit for a swimming pool and associated plumbing
Stipulating to
permit.
that
I
fact.
have reviewed it with him today. He was not aware, and I've instructed him to call the area inspector for Island Park and find out why those permits are open, what's remaining to close it out, and then he's gonna call his pool contractor and yell at him for never
So
doing it.
you're stipulating to the fact that there's,
That there's an open
Sorry.
permit for a pool.
Do you know, or does your client know whether or not it's safely secured
Right.
with proper fencing?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
6-foot fence all the way.
good.
Self-locking.
don't tell me, can't say five.
And you'll get the inspector over there as soon as you can.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the board?
No.
If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision counter. Mr. Minerva, you and your client will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's ready.
Second? All in favor?
Aye. Have a nice day, folks.
Thank you, have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
2.
Take some more medication.
What is,
Mr. gets.
Ted, 2. We're going to take a 5-minute break since it's 11 o'clock. Can't imagine why, but I believe the court reporter needs a break for a few minutes.
Get the blood. Patrick, I'm going to chair the next one, so. Dawn or Christine? I'm not leaving.
So at least the property owner knows that it's supposed to
No, John's not doing it. I'm doing it.
Next, we have cases 640 of 24 and through 642 of 24 Uniondale. Leslie Tiss, variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, construct addition, natatorium, pool enclosure, attached to dwelling. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, maintain deck and pool with a 4-foot-high improper pool enclosure, 5 feet high enclosure required, maintain 4-foot-high fence forward of the dwelling which may substantially obstruct line of sight, also known as 1324 Pembroke Street.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Dean Kutsubis. My address is 121 Newbridge Road, Hicksville, New York, 11801.
Leslie Teese, 1324 Pembroke Street, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You can proceed when you're ready, Mr. Katsubis.
Members of the board, we are proposing a natatorium, also known as, to explain what that is, it is an enclosed pool room with windows and skylights. So the room will provide Ms. Teese the ability to use the pool year-round. She does need the pool
Mr.
for
Katsubis,
therapy.
could you just pull your microphone a little closer?
Okay.
Thank you.
So Ms. Teese needs the pool year-round so she could use for her therapy. I do have a doctor's note to submit, and she'll talk about, her surgeries and injuries that she's had.
All right, one thing. So this is live streamed and recorded and archived. So to the extent that you wish to disclose your medical stuff, but if you want to just touch on it or something, you don't need to disclose any of it here because I'm particularly sensitive to medical information and your right to the privacy of it. So don't feel the need to if you just want to. It's almost sufficient to explain that you need therapy for medical reasons. But it's up to you. But I just don't want you to think you have to do that in order for us to be convinced that you need this treatment. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Katsubis.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The variances that we are seeking are as follows. Our largest variance we're asking for is 42.35% lot coverage, where 27.5 is required. The house, the way it sits right now, is at 2,370 square feet, or 31.3%. Our 31.3, it sits today. That's the existing house, the garage and studio in the back, the deck is at 31.3%. Our pool enclosure.
Second, you just confused me. You said the deck is at 31.3. So with everything that's currently there, deck, whatever, are you saying that that's what's at 31.3 right now?
Yes, so today, everything that's there today is at 31.3%. This proposed room will increase it by 11.05%, so that will be the total of 42.35%. That is our most substantial variance, but I'd like to just also point out that the pool, if it wasn't enclosed, does not count in lot coverage, so that's a big, that's a chunk of it right there. I'd also like to point out that this room would serve no other purpose other than enclosing the pool. So that it's not living space, it's not bedroom space, it's a one-story addition solely for the purpose of keeping the pool enclosed and using it, and for my client to be able to use it year-round.
Mr. Katsubis, let's hear about that. Is this a stick frame structure with the skylights? Is it one of those Florida-style bird cages, but with plexiglass or glass instead of just mesh? Tell us what this net...
It is a wood frame. It's a wood frame structure. It's going to have a foundation all the way around. It's going to have doors that lead to the outside. There's going to be doors that lead to the main house. There's also going to be an equipment room. So the pool equipment is not going to be out on the property. It's going to be in the... There's going to be essentially a closet to have the pool equipment.
The pool's already there, right?
The pool itself is already there, yes.
And it's not like it's an above ground and you're going to make a new cement pool. The pool that is there is the one that will stay.
Yes.
And when you say there's going to be a foundation, do you mean a small rim, or is everything going to be concrete up to the pool?
So the foundation will be, the pool is, if you look at the photos, and I'll submit photos, I did submit some photos when we filed this, but the pool was closed at that point. I do have some current photos, which I'll gladly submit as well.
Is that pool, what's that pool constructed of?
It's a metal frame, vinyl lined pool.
So that's not, my questions are all going to, what if she sold the house, for example, and someone doesn't want the pool? It's not a concrete pool. You could pull that out and then that becomes another part of the house, theoretically.
Theoretically, I'm sure she would condition that this to remain a natatorium if that's a determining factor in getting this variance approved. And if a future owner wants to convert it to living space, they would either have to come back before this board or make other provisions here.
Okay, go ahead and finish telling us what you want to tell us about that and/or your other proposal.
The other variances we're asking for is we want to legalize a deck. The deck is already existing. It's the wood deck it runs along the property line. It's rather close to the property line. It's only 0.7 at one corner. In addition to the lot coverage, which we talked about, this does need side yard and side yard aggregate. The side yard aggregate is 13.9 feet, where the requirement is 25.2, and the minimum is 0.7 feet, which is on the small side, and 13.2 feet on the large side. So that's to legalize the first-story deck, which runs along
The deck's been there since I bought the house, 30 years.
Use the microphone. And did you already give your name and address? You did, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The deck's been there since...
As slowly as you can, because it's hard to hear. Speak as loudly as you can.
Okay. The deck's been there since I bought the house over 30 years ago. I really have not done any changes on my property except put an extension there for my parents. My parents have since passed.
Do you have a mother-daughter here, or they just live with you?
No, they were on the side. I just put in an extension for them to live till they die.
But you only have one kitchen?
One kitchen.
Okay. Okay, I have a question. On my calendar, one of your requests is to maintain deck and pool with a 4-foot-high improper enclosure. Before I get to the enclosure, so the deck isn't attached to the pool right now, correct?
Currently, it's not.
Hold on.
Sorta.
Because it looks to me like the deck will be outside of the building if approved that you wish to construct around the pool.
Yeah, did you see the trellis there, right? That,
No. The trellis?
She doesn't have. We'll submit
all right.
No,
It's
it's
not
okay.
really connected to the pool, no. I can't get in the pool. This pool's been there 3 years, and I haven't gotten in it yet.
Okay, let me ask you. If we were to grant you the right to construct this natatorium around the pool, it's completely enclosed, correct? Doors?
Yes.
So, Mr. Carnevale, if they put a lockable structure around the pool, how does that, why would they need the fence? Is it in the alternative that's? It's in the alternative then, yeah. Because it would be rare if if not non-existent, that we would grant someone the right to have a 4-foot fence around a pool. The only exception I've ever seen is when they're on a canal and no one can get from the water in anyway. That's why it's notable. So where is the 4-foot fence? Because if we were to grant this natatorium, I assume you would consent to certain conditions. I guess we could have the door itself self-lock, because we need that.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
It will be secured, because it's
that
gonna come out of my kitchen. I'm gonna open my kitchen up to go to the pool, and then on the other side by the deck, there's gonna be another opening to get in.
Another
They'll both
door.
be locked doors, huh?
Another door.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is fully enclosed in that, like, if you wanted to heat the room, you could.
It's gonna
that
be
enclosed.
heated. And
It's
I'm
a real room.
And the pool all around it's gonna have insulation and then decking. So it's gotta stay warm, yes.
And Mr. Carnevale, since we have an expert here, Mr. Carnevale, so would we do something like require that the door itself have because like in the summertime, I could see someone wanting to set the doors open, so maybe we do. Yeah, but I think we should address the fence, because in the summertime, it would be, I think, completely normal. Someone would say, oh, let me open all the windows, let me set the doors open. I'm swimming, I'm gonna go inside and have lunch, come back out. And then in that scenario, the pool's not secured, for the attractive nuisance. So maybe we should deal with the fence still, because.
I don't have anybody around me. One part of my house is on by the school.
Okay, even
With a
more
six-
concerning.
Wait, with a 6-foot fence over on that side.
All right, but still, I think we should still do the fence, because I can't imagine that there wouldn't be times you want to leave the door open in the summer and go in it. No, but that's reasonable.
I probably
think
put
it's
the
better to
air
cover
air
for
on.
it.
It's gonna be air conditioned and heated.
All right, let's see where this fence is and why we can't change it into a 5-foot non-climbable. So the fence that you're talking about being not 5 feet, where's the 4-foot fence?
It's on the west side.
Oh, 4-foot chain link here.
By my neighbor?
Yeah, so it's by the neighbor along the westerly property line, and it closes,
And the back, I see.
closes up the side yard. It's only a 4-foot fence at that point.
And which side of your house is the school on?
I agree with you that possibly that the doors could be left open, but it's also, it's unlikely that somebody like she would leave her house.
We don't bother doing with.
Because then there'd
No,
be
but
access to the house.
Listen, I think it's unreasonable to assume that someone in the summer wouldn't leave their doors open, and everyone would. And so you go in the house to eat lunch. Look, it's not a big deal. I just think that the fence is relevant. It's not irrelevant. So let me ask you, this is an existing 4-foot height chain link, chain on the side, PVC at the back.
Yeah.
Are both of those yours?
That's back here.
Not the chain link, I don't know.
The chain link fence is not yours?
Well, she has a permit for it.
It's not there anymore.
Apparently it was.
Hold on. Joe, I can't hear. Hold on. On the west side of your property,
The west side.
it shows a 4-foot PVC fence running from the back corner all the way to Pembroke Street. I guess the first question then is that fence still there, and do you own it?
I bought it with my neighbor who passed. We split it. We took down the chain link
She
fence,
split
got
the
rid of it,
cost.
and we put up a fence,
Okay, so what fence is along that property line?
the vinyl fence.
The what?
The vinyl fence,
Okay, so is it 4-foot vinyl or 6?
it's 4 on that side.
Okay, and then when you get to the back, it says that there's a 4-foot PVC and a 4-foot chain link. Are those both still there?
In the back of my house, I think yeah.
That little section?
Yeah, because that's not my neighbor that I was dealing with. We made it nice and clean.
Okay, so there's no chain link fence on the side or the back anymore?
In the back, there might be by that neighbor who's way back. I don't even go back there.
Okay,
But that
so,
chain link fence belongs to the neighbor to the south. I'm looking at the survey, it's very clear that and I've actually walked the property, I went back there, it is a 4-foot fence along the rear property line and along the side property.
okay, so I'm looking here to see, I'm only one of 7,
Yeah.
but I feel strongly that we should still make sure the fence properly encloses at least a larger section. So I'm looking here at the fences, the various fences, and I don't see where, oh, I see, right here on the west side of your property, there's a 4-foot PVC gate, right? It's not quite to the front of your dwelling. Is that still there?
Yes, that's there.
Okay. I can't hear. Now, on the other side of your house, I see a similar 4-foot PVC fence there.
Yes.
Is there some reason that we couldn't change that to a 5-foot? I realize that costs money.
Quite a bit. I have to change all my fences. That's a lot of property.
I understand, but there's
But
no price.
if you agree to the enclosure of the pool, then I wouldn't need that.
I don't entirely agree with you. I'm only one of 7, but I think in the summertime,
I won't
any
do that. I
human-
live by myself. I don't.
But any human being would keep the doors open in the summer.
Not me. Not me. I'm not the only human being. I'm not gonna fight with her. Because I really don't leave my doors open. I can't leave my doors open because of the dog. She go right through the screen. Never. As long as I keep that door locked on the outside, I would only open that door when it's company. All right. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so our distinguished expert has come up with a suggestion that may be more palatable, and that if it's acceptable to you, the board will deliberate, and again, we have to deliberate to see if that works for the board, but one suggestion was to put some sort of fencing along the deck, so that if you leave the deck doors open, yeah. Pardon me? Oh, there's more doors.
Yeah, it can't be a solid piece of glass. It's gonna be, I guess, doors, like, you know.
No, I didn't see here anything showing that you would have additional set of doors, not just going out to the deck and into the house, but on another facade,
Right.
another door leading to the exterior. All right, well, we'll have to deliberate and see if the board,
There wouldn't be any way for them to get onto the deck.
pardon me?
Well, nothing.
No, the concern is only the following, that the pool be sufficiently enclosed so that, according to whatever standards the state and the town have set up, so that we don't run the risk of young children in particular getting in to the pool area and getting into the
I
pool.
understand that.
So that's the only thing that we're trying to address here. Well, as a board, we will deliberate on it. Let me see, do we have a plan, Mr. Katsubis? The drawings of the actual, here we go.
The drawings are in there. If you look at page, I have it here, page A02 shows where the doors are. There are doors facing the south which lead to the grass area, so they can have access to the grass and should be
Hold on, I don't even see.
So how many doors are out?
they're not
How
on the
many doors
drawing.
are there? 3?
Mr. Carnevale.
Doors to get it into the pool?
Yes.
2. One from the kitchen, one from the deck.
One
The other
from your
door-
kitchen?
The other doors, you can't just get into that because they're up high. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're showing steps with sliding doors.
I think the issue, Mr. Katsubis, is we don't see the exterior doors drawn on the plans.
Sure.
Okay, agreed, agreed. All right, all right.
There's no need for steps.
So,
The access to get into the pool would be from my kitchen and one from my deck area. Yeah.
Where is that on this plan? No, it's not on the plan.
so,
No.
so here, this is from the kitchen. See the kitchen, you enter the pool room, and that would work. This is the deck.
No, but
So
she's,
sliding door there, so I guess we could eliminate. That's perfect.
5 foot. What do I have now?
You have 6 over here, and you just do a little 5 foot here and 5 foot there. That's simple.
5 foot where? 5 foot where the gate is?
So, yeah, so.
And 5 foot?
Let's do it, see, yeah, not even 8.1.
Thank you.
All right, that's simple. All right.
And get rid of the steps, right? Tell them to put steps in there.
If the architect put it on there, I
Well,
don't
the
know.
architect is crazy. I mean, you work with them, I understand that, but, I mean, how many times have,
Maybe it was left on and he didn't take it off.
I didn't ask him to put any steps there ever. We never
all right,
discussed
okay.
steps, but I have to pay for that. I have to put all him in his drawing.
It's probably not necessary to. Maybe they could just be windows.
And that would take away more work. See, if they're adding up me using my property, and they put no steps in them, they shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, the steps don't, they don't count that.
No?
Yeah.
I hope not. I want people, first of all, I'm the only one gonna be there, I don't need steps at all. I just wanna get it from the kitchen to the pool. If I do have visitors, they can go in from the deck. Try to sleep out. See, now you have this plan, but I don't have this plan. 'Cause I spoke to a contractor, and the plans that you gave me, maybe not.
okay, so, Mr. Katsubis, as I understand it, you and/or your client, after speaking with Mr. Carnevale, who's with the building department, big shot in the building department, and going over the plans, which don't really show with any clear indication where these proposed doors are, your client has agreed, if the board were inclined to grant her request for this pool enclosure structure, that the doors, the 2 sliders that she originally wanted to have on the, where's the directional? Oh, on the, let's see, southeast side, both of those would be eliminated, and that the sliding door that goes to the outside to the deck would be fitted with a proper alarm so that if it were breached, it would alarm, and then you would have the entrance from your dining room into the structure. Is that what
Yeah.
you've?
Yes, correct.
So-
It turns out, I apologize, it turns out my client was unaware that the architect put on the plans extra doors that lead to the grass, so she didn't know about that anyway.
She
No,
didn't
on
know
the
about
doors
what?
I knew. I didn't
Yeah,
know
because she
about-
just testified to it.
No, I knew about the doors. I didn't know about steps. He put steps in here. I didn't ask him to put steps in.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. I think we're clear now on what your request is, and I think you might probably clear on some of the concerns we have. From that, we'll just have to deliberate, and the board will go through how the board feels about various aspects of that part of your proposal. So let's just go through and get the rest of the numbers on the other requests you have. The deck and the pool, you kind of, we touched on that. And then the fence, 4 foot and forward, I guess we've touched on that. That has two things. We were touching on the pool enclosure aspect of the fence, but in addition, you have a request for some fencing forward of the dwelling, which is a slightly different issue. Is there anything else you wish to add about that?
Yeah, I just want to talk about that. I did submit one of the, actually, I submitted 2 photos which show that fence forward of the dwelling. I understand that in normal circumstances, the board doesn't like to see solid fencing beyond the front building line of the house. However, this is rather unique because the sidewalk ends at at the neighbor's property, so there is no sidewalk in front of my client's house, and my client's house is the last house on the dead-end block, so.
And
yeah.
say that your client's house is the last house on a dead-end street, because that's quite relevant.
Yeah, and there's no sidewalk, the sidewalk ends at the neighbor's house, so there is no sidewalk. If you look at the photos, there's no sidewalk at,
So the traditional concerns about the safety of the applicant and others as far as pedestrians and/or vehicular traffic aren't present because other than the 2 neighbors across the street, your client is the only one who will be coming down that street theoretically. So there's not the same kind of safety issues, concerns. I have a question about the studio garage in the back. I know you don't seek relief for it right now. Does you said it's a studio also, so do you park any cars in there?
No.
Okay, and what's
pool
on the
would be in
second?
the way.
Pardon me?
The pool would be in the way.
Oh, God.
Hey,
Okay,
No. What's on the second level of that building?
oh, just, it's like a loft.
What's up there?
Nothing.
You have power in that structure. Do you have heat or plumbing up there? In there?
Yes.
Which? Both?
Oh, no plumbing upstairs, no.
Do you have plumbing in the garage at all?
There's a garage, and then there's a studio attached.
Okay. Is there plumbing anywhere in that structure?
In the studio, yes.
Okay. And there's
heating.
heat in all of it?
And there's plumbing on the bottom. There's no plumbing up top.
What do you use the upstairs for?
Storage.
Is it a fixed staircase or a pull down?
No, it's a fixed staircase.
And when was that constructed? Can I see?
Oh.
yes.
It's got a fixed
Yeah,
staircase,
it's-
upstairs, heating,
it's
plumbing.
the
and-
Been
whole-
there forever.
What's that?
It's been there forever. You have a date?
Yes, I do have a date. I have dates
Here,
on that.
1941 detached garage. That's a closed building permit. All right, when you say that, one second, when you say that in the studio there's plumbing, what exactly is there, what exactly is in there?
In the bathroom?
Oh, there's a bathroom in the garage?
Yes.
The garage was once a house,
Yes.
and...
It was a studio or a cottage.
Just a second. And in 1978, there was relief sought to maintain the structure as a garage and a studio. So you're going to convert that house to a garage and a studio. And with that, you may not have owned it since 78, I don't know.
No, I don't
Okay.
know.
It was granted with conditions, There appears to be an open permit for that.
Judge Roncallo did, and I didn't know if there was anything.
I don't,
Anthony Roncallo?
it says Mark Roncallo. But-
Mark Roncallo was his son. He passed.
Okay.
Oh, I guess he passed too now.
Okay. It says, an open permit, and the permit request was removal of living quarters and restored to use to maintain studio as per BZA grant. That's an open permit. I'm gonna suggest that, and we hold this on reserve, so that you cannot get a permit for the natatorium until you close out this permit.
All right, so my, just so you know, this, I started with Ms. Teese probably about 3 years ago, and I did not, she bought this house assuming that everything had proper permits.
Okay.
When?
All right.
When did you buy it? Just roughly.
A little bit over 30 years ago.
Okay.
Okay. So, and she did take out a permit in 2010 for an addition to this house, and there was no issues at that point. But when she hired me and I came along to file this permit for the natatorium, that's when it came up that this studio and garage in the back wasn't properly legalized, and also the side deck wasn't properly legalized. So that's why we had to follow permits to legalize the studio as per a BZA grant. There was a BZA grant, which I have a copy of.
Well, can we have that, please? Do you have a copy we can keep?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's accepted in it.
Okay, you filed it in 2023?
Yes.
This is 24. What's going on? What action is taking place? How come
Well,
it wasn't legalized?
it wasn't legal. We hired an architect, we filed the plans, we got the permits.
And did you contact the buildings department to do an inspection?
Not yet.
To verify that the plumbing and everything else as per the grant is done?
Not yet.
Why?
There's other open permits on the property as well. There's still an open permit. And I did contact the building inspector for the open permit on the 1 story. But again, it's, being that we're filing new permits, it's typically handled at once.
Okay, so is the kitchen that was once in the structure that we're calling the garage and studio still there?
Yeah,
So there's a kitchen and a bathroom and everything in that garage?
there's nobody in it.
Wait, because the kitchen's still there, Joe?
It's all illegal. It was granted.
I
in-
understand. Turn that off, turn that off. Joe, so we're gonna have to deal with this ourselves and figure out what to do about it. So why is, if you were supposed to, if you were supposed to restore it to a garage and a studio, why is the kitchen still there?
Okay, I mean, we took out a permit, and the permit, but I believe the permit is still valid. I don't think there's a, immediate time frame.
You took out a permit for what?
To legalize it as a garage and studio.
But a garage and studio,
right?
hold on, but a garage and studio, I don't think has a kitchen in it. Didn't you say, Mr. Pellegrini, that the conditions were they had to restore it to a garage and studio?
Yes.
And Mr. Carnavale, if you have a garage with a studio, and then there's a kitchen and bathroom in it, and you're told as a condition of your permit that you have to restore it to a garage and studio, would that include removing the kitchen?
It's an art studio, not an apartment studio.
Yeah. And would that have been conveyed to the applicant at the time?
Before you answer that, and Christina is looking at what the conditions that were imposed when they granted that conversion. So that will clarify everything. It'll be put up, well, I don't know whether you heard me when I said that. I think the decision should be held on reserve until that's closed there. Okay, I got it.
That's clarifying it.
No, that's part of, we'll figure it out. I just don't want to
I
waste
wanted
more
to
time.
drop on that.
Yeah.
I just made no sense in discussing it here.
All right.
Okay, so, Mr. Katsubas, is there anything else you wish to add, or your client wishes to add?
Yeah, she was aware that, at one point there were tenants. Currently, there are no tenants. I visited the property about 3 weeks ago. I went inside, it was completely empty.
When did the tenants leave?
Last August, not this August.
So as soon as,
23rd.
so the tenants left when we found out that this structure wasn't legal. And even when I started working with her, she assumed it was legal. Even when the building inspector was there in 2010, the building inspector actually told her it was legal. So this was,
Hold on.
This is a
What
very
was,
unique
the building inspector was there in 2010 because of that addition you wanted to add?
Yes, and there was two men from the town that said, oh, no, that's one of the legal ones in Uniondale.
Hold on. And that addition was on your primary dwelling?
Oh, yeah, right.
They were there to look at the addition you're putting on your main
Yeah, but
dwelling?
they were looking at the whole property.
Okay, but the addition was on your primary dwelling though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they went around and they saw this, and they told you, did they look it up to tell you it was legal, or?
They told me it was legal, and they told me that there was a variance on the big deck downstairs in my house too, but I don't know where, nobody could find it.
Did they tell you it was legal while they were at your property, or did they inform you later? Or did they inform you later when they had a chance to look at something? In other words, did they just assume it was legal, or did they actually go, oh, I gotta check if that's legal, and check?
I don't know, I can't be honest with you.
Okay.
I know their names, I haven't written it home, but.
Was there not?
I can't do it by myself. I don't have a tenant in there to take it out. John can do it.
Okay, that's all,
She just wants to add one more thing. She
okay,
understands.
just speak into the microphone.
Okay. I understood that I had to take the kitchen out, but I can't do it by myself. I live alone in this house with a dog. Anyway, I was waiting for people to come on the property, to do work on the property and get it out that way. I didn't have to hire additional people.
Okay, that
I
makes
mean,
sense.
Between the architect and him, it's costing me a fortune.
Yes, I understand. Okay, and, go ahead.
He's part of it.
Go ahead, Joe. I was just gonna ask if there are any other questions. No. Okay, are there any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Next, we have cases 52624 through 52724, Wantaw. Keith and Catherine Rizika. Variance, side yards aggregate, maintain addition to dwelling. Variances, lot area occupied. Side yards aggregate, side yard, maintain deck attached dwelling, also known as 3422 Homestead Avenue.
Oh, certainly. Absolutely, I swear. Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board. I know, I'll try as best I can, and even before I get going, I just want to know who your interior designer is, because they've done a fabulous job with this place. This looks absolutely terrific, so.
Updates you, it's a historic landmark at this point.
Yeah, you know, I am, you know, my hair used to be gray, now it's white, but, you know.
I think it's always been that color.
Okay, thank you. So, Kevin O'Brien, O'Brien Law PC, Offices at 462 Sagamore Avenue, East Williston, New York. Here representing the owner applicant, Catherine Rizika, who is seated to my left. And actually, I am pitch hitting this morning for Alan Stein, who is unable to present and be here. And I'm also pitch hitting for the design professional, who's Mr. Philip Cavasto, and unfortunately had a death in a family, which he's attending to. But I do believe I am thoroughly familiar with the facts and circumstances, and we are ready to proceed. I just would ask one indulgence of the board, inasmuch as there are two cases, 526, 24, and 527, 24, and inasmuch as they involve the same property and the same set of facts and circumstances, that they be joined and heard as
So
one.
granted.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, well, hey, look, if I could do what the Mets did last night, it would be good, so, we're hoping. So, so the property itself, this property is located at 3422 Homestead Avenue in Wantaw, also known as Section 57, Block 2, Lot number 27. And the property is a single-family dwelling, which is located in the middle of the block, about 517 feet east of Wantaw Avenue. It has a street frontage of 60 feet and a depth of about 139 feet and change, for a total area of approximately 8,500 square feet. The relief that we are seeking, the property itself, the building itself, the structure itself, the perimeter and footprint of the building has remained the same since my client has purchased the property approximately 35 years ago. What sort of brings us here today is we have issues with respect to lot occupancy and aggregate setback. So with respect, and two aspects, one with respect to the house itself and one with respect to the pool and the deck. So with respect to the house itself, in this zone, it's a AA zoning district, and in this particular zone, with the 60-foot frontage on the property line, we are required a 15-foot setback. I believe we have 14.
Is side yard aggregate?
Side yard aggregate.
Okay.
So the total side yard aggregate is 15 feet. We have 14.3. 14.3. So we're less than a foot off in connection with that, and that's with respect to the house itself. With respect to the deck and the deck and the pool area.
Mr. O'Brien, just so you
certainly.
know, there's nothing about the pool before us. If you need
No,
pool
it's
relief,
I'm
it's only
sorry.
the deck.
Yeah,
Okay.
just the deck, yeah, you're right. Thank you. So with respect to the deck in the rear yard, we have a similar cumulative side yard issue with respect to that. Similarly, the requirement is 15 feet, and in that particular instance, we have 12 feet cumulative, so we're off by 3 feet. And then with respect to one particular side yard, we're 4.5 feet. We're off by roughly half a foot with respect to that side yard. So we think that, essentially they're de minimis. The one area that we do have is lot occupancy, and in our lot occupancy, the lot occupancy, 25% is permitted, and when we take into account the deck, it comes actually up to about 43.1%. So we're off there by roughly 18%. And while at first blush it might sound like a lot, but it's just for the deck. It's not living space. The applicant would agree to any reasonable conditions, such as that there is no electric on it presently, there's no walls, there's no roof, it's just purely outside
What
deck.
percentage of the 43.1 is the deck?
Deck.
I don't have a specific number for that. I'm not 100% sure on what that actually is.
All right, well,
So,
okay, so how about this? Do you know what the lot area occupied, the existing, like,
House.
the existing? You don't know what it was without the addition and without the deck?
I don't have a specific number. I do have the plan. So I can
6,
take a
8.
quick peek and see if, I'm not 100% sure what that number is. I know I did meet with the plans examiner with
yeah,
respect to this.
now what she's, Mark, what she's getting at, what she's getting at is, or trying to get at is what percentage of the 43.1 is the deck and what is the house? The house with the addition. Yeah.
And
But if we could understand what percentage with the deck that's not going to ever be enclosed, et cetera, that's a big deal, and this is a fairly large deck.
you're correct in that.
We don't know what the house
So-
comprises?
Hold it a minute.
So the house itself, let me see if I have the dimensions on this.
The percentage.
Yeah. Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
We're going to hear the case, we'll close the case, but subject to your providing us with the information requested, to wit, what percentage of the 43.1 is represented by the deck, and what percentage of the 43.1 is represented by the living space? Because, as Mrs. D'Amato stated, 43.1 on its face is quite a stretch, okay? But we understand, we get it,
I understand that, and
Okay.
that's a fair, yeah.
right?
Yeah, so we could certainly provide that information, hold it, for that. I'll give you
Okay.
the exact dimensions for the house itself versus the deck, because, yes, if,
Not dimensions, percentage,
percentage.
okay?
We want to know what percentage, okay. And when you do provide the information, Mr. O'Brien, provide it to counsel to the board, would you? So we make sure, because she's the one who will be monitoring these things.
Okay,
Okay,
I will do that.
Mr. Carnevale's calculating it
I'll
now.
provide
Oh.
you that.
Look at that, this is
Hold-
what
hold
happens
it.
when you have a
Mr.
big shot
Carnevale is
expert.
trying to calculate
No,
the
and-
percentages.
And I understand it, and I just want to, another thing I just want to point out, so we come to the board, there were no violations, there was no summons, we had, there was a little marital discord, and we went to an attorney for purposes of putting the house in a trust, and one of the first things, which I think was probably pretty good advice, they said, okay, if you want to put it into a trust, but make sure that everything is up to snuff. And so they went voluntarily to make sure everything was up to snuff, and then they kind of found out as a result that it wasn't exactly up to snuff. And that's why we're here before the board, for that.
Are you telling us this because it's some sort of urgency in our decision, or just to explain?
Just to explain, why we're here, and that there wasn't a violation. And as a matter of fact, I do have Ms. Rosika.
Okay, it was
So
right
what are the
on.
numbers?
22.3. All right.
So the house
For
is
the-
22?
For the record, the calculation is that the house itself is 22.3% coverage, lot coverage, and the deck is the balance.
Is that right, Mr.? So that actually is very helpful.
22.3,
22.3.
and that is with the
So
addition.
the house itself
Look.
is under the allowable, which
Right.
is nice, and then the decking, if we have a condition that it's open, that it never become enclosed, then
Okay, thank you.
basically in substance, it shouldn't have any adverse impact on the community, the surrounding neighbors, et cetera.
Right, so, and in that sense, we would agree to any reasonable conditions. There is no electric
22.3.
on it presently. We would not
0.3.
enclose.
No,
We would not
0.3.
put walls. And Ms. Rosika has spoken to her, probably if there is most affected property owners, the property owners behind her, the property owners on each side of her, and as well as the property owner across from her, and has consents if I can submit them to the board from all of those property
We'll
owners.
take them into evidence.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think what we're asking is reasonable, is necessary, and we would just look for the board's favorable discretion. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Brien, you and your client will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Sorry you had to wait so long. Smile.
Second.
No,
Have a good day.
Second.
That's okay. Thank you
Aye.
so much. Appreciate it. Have a nice day.
You too.
Next, we have reopening cases 36522 through 36822, Roosevelt JCTL Associates LLC, use variance to maintain five-family dwelling, variance front yard setback on Nassau Road, rehearing of case 88718, use variance to maintain one-story commercial building with front yard on Nassau Road, rehearing of case 88818, variance in off-street parking, special exception to park in Res B district and in the front yard setback on Grenada Avenue with insufficient egress and ingress aisle width. Backup space and maneuverability, rehearing of case 88918, maintain 4-foot high chain link fence within the clear sight triangle, rehearing of case 890 of 18, also known as 488 Nassau Road.
There's sprinklers. This guy doesn't have anybody with him. That's good.
Joseph Thomas. Good morning, everybody. Joseph Thomas, 1103 Maple Lane, New Hyde Park, New York, 11040. I'm sorry, I have the wrong attire because I have problem with my feet, foot, knee, so I put some ointment, so I couldn't. No problem. So I'm sorry for that.
Who represented you last
John
time?
Mocchio.
Pardon me?
John Mocchio. He's my architect, but he has some medical appointment for the PT.
Okay, make sure you speak slowly and loudly, because it's more
Yeah,
difficult up here to hear than you would think, okay? And she's got to take it all down.
Architect was John Mocchio, Moccio. He couldn't make it because he had a medical problem, so he's going for a physical therapy. And I'm a little bit late because my wife was sick. I had to go to the pharmacy on my way to pharmacy. I was running to here.
Okay, so do you know why we asked you to come back in?
For extension.
Well,
Well,
not exactly. As you know from before, it's important to us that, at the very least, this structure be equipped with all the necessary items so that it's not so that people aren't in danger in the event of a fire, etc. And we had you put in motion the process of getting the sprinkler system set up, etc., right?
Everything is going well. Fire alarm and fire sprinklers will be done within 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Oh, so say it slower for me. The fire
Fire
alarm
alarm,
and the sprinklers
sprinklers will be done within maximum 3 weeks.
in 3 weeks?
Yes.
So does that mean that, I don't know how long it takes to install this stuff. Does that mean that they're currently in the process of installing
They are in the
them?
process of installing.
And it takes 3 weeks?
Maximum 3 weeks. I will definitely check with them again. Regarding the renovation, everything will be done by top December 15.
Hold on. Let's back up. Okay. So when you say regarding the renovation, everything will be done by October, what did you say?
December 15, everything will be done.
No. What was that date?
December 15.
December 15th. Okay. So when you say everything, and you said including the renovation,
Yes, underpinning is done. 2 buildings, underpinning, all done. Now, the remaining work is 2 bathrooms, handicap bathrooms.
Okay.
Then 2-3 windows, 4-5 doors to be renewed with the 36-inch wide. So it will be also included in the renovation.
how long?
no, go
How
ahead.
long ago did they start the fire alarms and the fire sprinklers?
Fire sprinklers started maybe a month ago by John Macaron, and he, within a week, he is going to bring the 4-inch line from the street to the basement.
Okay. The major concern that we have is that is the fire safety issue.
Yes.
So why don't you tell us when you expect all of the fire safety equipment, the sprinklers, to be completed? How long will that take? Of course, initially you said 2 weeks, then 3 weeks, now it's December. How long for that?
Before I commit myself, let me contact them once more and get a final date from fire alarm guy, fire sprinkler guy, and the contractor. I spoke to the contractor for the renovation work. He said, Joe, give me until second week of December for his work. Fire alarm?
That's for the fire suppression
No,
system?
no, that is for the
Okay.
renovation work.
So I'll tell you what we're going to do before this gets really out of hand.
Yes.
We're going to hold this case for the time being to give you the opportunity to go outside and get a definitive date for when the fire suppression equipment is going to be finished. Call them on your phone and then come back.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay?
Yes. Thank you. I will do that.
If he has to do footing, wasn't footings.
I can get in touch with them and get back to you, or I can come back? Yes. This you can go on record. This is the final corner. He just called me. Yes, yes. No problem. Take care, bye-bye.
record, sir.
Okay, no problem.
So I just want to ask you a few housekeeping questions, because I don't remember all the facts of this case from back in 2018. So when you needed the original extension of time, what was the basis of that request? I don't remember why you first couldn't get things done when you needed them done.
Because we were delayed because I didn't get the right people.
Because you didn't what?
I didn't
You
get the
didn't get
right
the right
people to do the job. I didn't even have an architect. That is why I got finally John Mocchio.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I can't quite understand everything you're saying. So back when you first requested the extension of time, what did you tell us was the reason you couldn't get that done? You didn't have the right people to do what?
Yeah, the architectural work and processing the required work with the town, because the dean was with me. He didn't help me out. I was in big trouble because of him.
Right, but that's the paperwork. I'm asking you, once you got your approval in 2018, I think it was, why did you first, what was the first problem that caused you to not be able to complete in the time you were supposed to?
The same company, they didn't help me out.
They didn't help you do what? The paperwork?
Paperwork as well as the processing of the further field work.
Right, but you got a permit, right?
I had the permit now because of John Macchio, the new guy.
Okay, but my question is, so when you come for an extension of time, it's because you already got the paperwork done, and now you got to do the work, right?
Yes,
Okay, what caused you to not get the work done in time?
because I didn't have the right contractor in time. I had
To
go
do what?
To do the renovation as well as the fire alarm and fire sprinklers.
Okay. Next question. It's a 5-family residence.
Yes,
Are 5 families living there now?
yes,
Not 6 families?
5.
Only 5. Okay. And the commercial building, is it occupied right now?
yes.
What kind of business?
He's a barber.
A barber. Now, back to the residential structure. You're doing these underpinnings. Are you putting in a whole new foundation?
No, only dug all around the buildings on both buildings and we pouring the cement back
When you say both the buildings, do you mean the 5-family and the commercial?
and the
or-
commercial.
So
And
there's only 2 structures?
2 structures.
Okay. So, and you're able to do that work with the people living there?
Yeah, they part of the, each time they were going by section. The inspector was there 3 times, I think.
What inspector? Fire or building?
Building inspector.
Okay, so back to the fire thing. We know, because we've been monitoring the time it's been taking, which is an unacceptable amount. We know that a big portion of that was the fire marshal, right? But when did you finally get the fire marshal's approval?
A month ago, it was delayed by 2 months. Finally, we got it last month. So John did submit his procedure, everything is okayed.
Okay.
Now ready to go.
Okay, and that was a month ago, and you told us earlier that when you got that a month ago, they started working on the fire?
Yes.
Okay. Now, not including the other renovations, and by the way, they're the underpinnings, right?
Yes.
And the fire stuff. What else? You said 2 bathrooms?
2 handicap bathrooms the contractor has to do.
Which, 2 handicap bathrooms
One
in the
in-
commercial structure?
One in the commercial structure, one in the other house.
And
The
when
main house.
Okay, hold on. When you say main house, aren't they 5 individual units?
Yes. Out of those 5, 1 handicap bathroom is needed for number 4 apartment, number 4.
Huh, I didn't realize you'd have 1 handicap apartment for
For that-
5 buildings when it's not a common space.
And 1 for the commercial.
Commercial, okay. And how many bedrooms and bathrooms are there in that building total?
Everybody has a bathroom.
5 bathrooms?
5 bathrooms.
And how many bedrooms per unit?
1 3-bedroom, 1 2 bedrooms, 2 studios.
Okay, and every one of those has a kitchen in it?
A kitchen.
Okay, and, all right, and besides the 2 bathrooms, the 2 handicap bathrooms, the underpinnings, and the fire safety stuff, which that includes what, sprinklers?
Fire alarms and fire sprinklers.
And the sprinklers and alarms have taken over a month already?
Yeah, they are in the process of getting permit and everything.
Wait, I thought you already had the permit for
Permit.
that.
Yeah, they got everything all ready to go. They are working on it. They will be finished everything. I spoke to both 3 contractors. Fire alarm guy said by November 15th.
By when?
Fire alarms,
By when?
November 15th.
November 15.
And John Macron, I just spoke with, he said by top December 15.
Okay, hold
No,
on.
no, no.
So stop, if you wouldn't group it together, I'd appreciate it. So the fire alarm
did.
guy told you November 15th he'll be
15,
done.
done.
What about the sprinklers?
He wants up to December 15.
Who he?
John Macron, fire
Did he-
sprinkler guy.
How long has he been doing it so far? Has anyone done anything on the sprinklers?
Sprinklers, he did most of the work on the apartments.
Most of the work, when you say on the apartments, do you
All
mean
right,
on the
all right,
sprinklers
all
in the
right, all right,
apartments?
all right.
Yeah.
Or on the structures of the
On
apartments?
the main building, 488 Nassau Road.
For what?
The main house.
Okay, but what I'm having trouble understanding is, I want to know, when I have a hard time believing that for 1 month till now, and that for another month and a half, it's taking that long to put sprinklers and alarms in those buildings. That's 2.5 months. Okay, so have they actually started on the sprinklers? Installing the sprinklers?
Here's what's going to happen. Here's what's... Estimate, all right? You're going to come in here at the next meeting, and you're going to have the sprinkler contractor walk in the door with you, and the fire alarm guy, and they're going to give us a detailed report on why it's taken so long and how much longer it's going to go.
Yes.
You understand that? And I can tell you this, I will have you in here every meeting that we have before now when this project is complete.
Yes, sir.
With detailed updates, all right? This is a danger. You have people living in this house, and this is a dangerous condition, and we're not going to put up with it anymore. I don't want to hear any more requests for extension. You're going to come in here next meeting with both your fire sprinkler guy and your alarm guy, and tell them that we're going to ask them a lot of questions about why it's taken so long and how much longer.
You know, Christine, can we send a notice to appear? You give those names to them, we'll get notices for them to appear here. They will be placed under oath when they come in. Let them know that.
Yes.
Okay? And what's the date and time, Patrick?
October 23rd at 11 a.m.
Okay? You're not going to get any more notices. You'll give them the names and addresses, all the contact information for both those contractors. And we're going to send them a notice to appear.
Yes.
You
Okay?
can let them know in advance, and then they're going to come in every week if we're not satisfied with the answers.
So, fire alarm guy and fire sprinkler, 2 guys, right?
That's correct.
All right, no problem. I will also,
If you want to bring the
my
general
architect-
contractor, so be
my
it.
architect also will be here. John Macchio also will be here.
The week until they come back. Till the 23rd, I don't know. I think we could just keep it open.
Yeah.
Because it's back on the regular calendar. So we're just holding this open. Correct. Okay, good. I mean, that's what I would think, because it's off of the reserve calendar.
Yeah,
Yep.
I just want to make sure.
All right?
Sir,
Yes.
if I may add, this board has the power to revoke that 5-family permit.
Okay.
I just want you to know that.
We'll finish it, promise.
It's to your benefit.
Yes.
Christine, is this one I can keep, right? She goes, "Get to her."
Any other questions from the board?
Hold on, she said we're going to hold it open.
We are.
All right, so there's no closing. I have
We're
no
not going to close the case. We're going to hold it open. And we'll see you,
23rd.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The more you have done when you come back, the better it will be.
Enough bullshit. That concludes the morning calendar. I think we'll take a 2-minute recess, and then we'll do decisions.
Motion, right?
I don't need a motion. I just said it. Thanks, Steph. Well, we're just gonna do decisions. There's, the 2 cases that were scheduled for the afternoon have been withdrawn.
Yeah, just, will you put that in the minutes at the bottom? I think we should, don't you?
Okay.
Here, I'll give you the bottom of my calendar.
She likes to do that.
No, because that's page 3.
Thank you all.
First case, 6/21 of 2024, Franklin Square, Nicola and Maria Mezzucella. You like that, huh? Katura couldn't have done that job. No. Do I have any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I make a motion, file number 621 of 24, Nicole and Maria Mezzucella, be granted as requested, 5 years, same condition.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 6/22/24, East Meadow, Phyllis M. Spagnuolo, 417 Garden Street. There was an appearance waiver granted. Do I have any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Make a motion on 6/22/24, renewal of grant to maintain a hot tub not permitted in the side yard, granted with conditions.
5 years?
5-year condition.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What are we going to do on 6/23? Did we ever get the BAR?
Yeah, we got the first one, not the second one.
All right. And?
Oh, it
So-
said, no recommendations, it was suitable, just no illegal occupancy in the basement.
Okay, so maybe we can have a motion. 62324 Merrick, Shastri and Sasha are Sugrim, Hardeo, and Kamlawati Sugrim, mother-daughter residence, 1467 Sycamore Avenue. Do I have any discussion or questions? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 623 of 24 Merrick, located at 1467 Sycamore Avenue, be approved as requested. I would like to incorporate the BAR to the file.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Cases 624 and 625 of 24 Oceanside, Christopher Gavaris and Monica B. Kathmeyer. That's the mother-daughter, second kitchen, maintain a shed. We were not able to find the BAR. Yep, we'll hold it. Hold it pending.
The plans were stamped BAR and the resolution number, but the building department was unable to find it. They looked through all the numbers, and it's 24 application number, and they looked through all of the 24 BAR numbers and couldn't find it.
Okay.
So apparently it can be done by this afternoon, but I think we hold it.
We'll hold it pending the BAR.
Yeah.
Pending the appearance of the BAR.
You can get it?
But today. Yeah. But we don't have it.
Two of them in a row. Yeah, that's true.
But we are doing decisions now, we don't.
We'll just decide it next
Yeah.
meeting. They're maintains anyway,
It's
so it's not gonna,
maintained, so
it's stuff that's already up.
no
It's not
harm,
gonna
no
cause
foul.
anyone any hard problems.
All right, cases 626, 27, 28, and 29 of 2024 near Island Park. Joseph Burt, Dina Burt, and Jeanette E. Kanavaka. Do I have any discussion? If not, do I have motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to the cases you've cited, 626 through 629 of 2024 in Island Park, Joseph Burt, Dina Burt, and Jeanette E. Kanavaka, affecting the property at 134 Sunset Avenue in Island Park. I move that we grant the grant the applications as requested.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Appropriate pool conditions.
Thank you, Joe.
So, with full conditions,
Conditions.
granted with conditions.
6:30 of 2024, Belmore, Janice Manzolillo. Maintain a pool and pool equipment not permitted in the side yard, and that's the 6-foot-high fence forward of the dwelling.
I move that case 630 of 2024, Janice Manzolino, the main, I'm sorry.
Manzolillo. That's okay.
John, would you care to say that?
No, everyone's afraid to talk
No.
because of the abusive nature of the chairman.
That this case be
Aggressive.
granted for a period of 5 years, well, be granted with the conditions that comply with the 252 of the Building Zone Ordinance.
And also, I believe, an explanation on this one about the uniqueness of the parcel.
Yes, this is next to the industrial, yes, exactly.
That's right. Yeah.
Second.
All
So
in
that-
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 631 and 632 of 24 Oceanside, Altaf Masalawala. That one, that's the one with the
Masala.
6-foot fence, the solid fence, and the 4-foot
Yes.
see-through
Oh, I
picket
have that one
jobbies.
here. We're gonna have to sort that out.
Yeah.
We have to figure out, it doesn't appear there's any permit for this, but a lot of it was included in the,
We're going to hold it.
So why can't we grant it subject to them legalizing that?
well, no, that was part of this. What we would have to
We're gonna
do
hold
is,
it.
we would have to literally rule on all the fencing.
No, we're going to hold it.
Just make a side note that there are unregistered motor vehicles there and
Yeah,
that
yeah.
they have to be removed. No
That's
repairs.
the 2 cars, no repairs. 633 of 2024 in Woodmere, Kevin Talty. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 633 of 2024, location of property 105 Longwood Avenue in would there be granted as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Cases 634 and 635 of 2024, Merrick, Nicole and Fred Myrie. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I make a motion, case 634 and 635, Merrick, Nicole, and Fred Myra be granted as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 636 of 2024, Oceanside, Marissa DeVito.
a
Property
motion.
located 46 West Henrietta Avenue. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I make a motion on 3624, Marissa DeVito, and the variance be granted as requested.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 637 of 2024, Belmore, Lawrence Ubinas and Claudia Ortiz. That was the one with the verbiage on the roof over the entryway. Yeah. 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 Any other discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move case 637 of 24 Belmore located at 749 New Bridge Road, be approved as requested, but also close out old permits.
Okay,
And amend
second.
the caption.
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 638 of 24 North Belmore, Jose Caballero and Yamalath Velasquez Caballero. That's at 2758 Court Street. Any discussion? If not, there should be discussion because that's the one with the garage, 20 by 22, no heat, no water.
I want to, yeah.
Pull down stairs, second floor used only for storage.
Yeah, I've read it. So I will make, well, it's got an attic, but he said it's about
got an
42
attic.
inches high. So as it relates to case 638, 2024, Jose Caballero and Yamalath, I hope Velasquez. Caballero, I move that we grant the requested relief with the condition there be no heat or plumbing added to the premises, and that the stairs remain a pull-down, never changed to a fixed staircase.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Case 639, near Island Park, Johnny Rizzo. Big John. Any discussion from the board members? If not, do I have a motion?
Me?
Everybody's
Sorry.
afraid to make a
No, Joe
motion.
didn't really.
I can handle Johnny.
Okay.
Case 639, 2024, John Rizzo, variances, et cetera, at 87 Jamaica Avenue in Near Island Park be granted as requested.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? I'm going to have Katura call the next three cases because I was in conference.
Okay. Cases 640 through 642 of 2024 in Uniondale. Leslie Tiss, the property is 1324 Pembroke Street, Uniondale. Well, I'll just start with a discussion because I think we need to figure out more about, well, Joe's provided the prior applicant.
Minutes.
No, that's the prior grant related to the extra structure. Well, actually, what discussion does everyone else have about it? I'm interested in knowing that.
Oh, then I think we, look, if you want to circulate that, then we'll hold it. Because I think the board should have, all the board members should have a copy of that and review it.
I
All
mean,
right?
to the extent that this affects us, I mean, does anyone have any discussion about the situation with the doors and the fencing, the 4-foot fencing, I think was the main issue that we had there?
Go ahead, it's your football.
What can we do about that?
Well, I think the general consensus between the applicant and Mr. Carnavale thought that a solution was to eliminate the two sliders on, I think it's the north side of the property. Let me see. Yeah, to eliminate the two sliders on, I guess it's the southeast side of the property, and allow the one slider door that goes from the pool structure to the deck, to have it proper alarmed with the kind of alarm that is required on a door to a pool, even though the fact of the matter is, the whole point of the fence is about letting people in, not from your house, so it flies in the face of logic. But, and that so the only entrances to the pool enclosure be the house and the one alarmed door. So if the board's okay with that, and then the outside would still have some places a 4-foot high fence. There are a few places on the side of the deck that's a 6-foot fence. I don't know, what do people think about it? Does anybody have?
We should hold it open permits.
Wait, Joe, is this about,
Yeah, and
I thought
also,
you gave me
like,
this for
She
640,
had a
is this for 640?
Well, the kitchen has to be taken out.
Yeah, this issue's on.
Yeah, we have the whole issue, that's the next thing, is we have the whole issue with the garage.
So why don't we get copies of that?
Okay, I'll give it back to
Yeah,
you.
we'll get copies of this for everybody to review.
'Cause we're gonna have to
I don't know
figure-
if they want to do inspections, you know, but
I'm not going near that, Lee's evil. What's the matter?
You mean the next door neighbor?
Yes.
Okay, so let's hold that. Next, I don't know how many I'm supposed to do here, John, but, all right, so, 5, no, he said 3, he said the next 3.
Yeah.
I think 40, 41, 42.
Okay, John, are you up to bat? I didn't know what you meant by next 3, I misunderstood.
Because I think the next
Well,
one is
that-
Mr. O'Brien's. You were back for that.
Yes. All right. So that's Wantor, right? So cases 526 and 527 of 2024, Wantor, Keith and Catherine Ruzicka. Any discussion? If not, do I have a motion?
I move cases 526 and 527 with property located at 3422 Homestead Avenue and Wantor be granted as requested.
Second? All in favor?
Yeah, with the breakdown of the, how much?
Yeah, a slight little explanation of.
Perfect.
Great.
Yeah, because you have the numbers right?
Right.
Yeah,
22.3.
22.3.
yeah, which is actually under what's permitted.
And
Exactly.
365 to 368, we're going to wait until the next meeting, and I think we made it eminently clear. The following 2 cases, which were due to be called at 2 p.m., that's 474 of 2024 near Westbury and 478 of 2024 in Franklin Square, have been withdrawn. And the board will not reconvene at 2 p.m. to not hear those cases. All right, any reserve? Hold on. Patrick, anything on page 1?
You did send the 30-day letter at the last hearing to the first story.
Well,
Okay.
actually, I did not send it to the first one, just because I reached out to the building, plan examiner, who had mentioned that she recently denied, had been in touch with the applicant, so they are actually working on getting their filings in order.
Okay.
Okay, so just,
Which one was that?
that was the first one, March 27th.
Okay.
But yes, the 2 letters were sent out on cases 212 of 24 and 213 of 24. We are still awaiting amended plans or corrected plans on the next one, 217 of 24.
Okay.
Those will still need to be reviewed by the plans examiner before we can make those decisions.
What was the hold on 206, if you refresh my memory?
206, at the hearing, it came to, the information came out that the lot area was like 60 or 70%. It was very high, but due to outdoor decking, they were never denied for outdoor decking.
I see.
So they need to be re-denied, they need to refile and all that.
Thank you.
Christine, there's another thing on here I want to talk about.
Okay. That's it on page 1, page 2.
Unfortunately, no update yet on,
Did anybody, by the way, on 414, 659 Holdings, was there any information that we gleaned from the building department inspector? Okay, there was an allegation, so the board is aware, there was an allegation that the applicant and the gentleman who came in to make confession later on during the course of that hearing,
okay.
who sat here the entire time, are somehow related either with corporate board officers, et cetera, so we're going to hold that one. By the way, if anybody would like to inspect it, the the time to do so is 7 a.m. on weekdays, because that's when the problem occurs. I've been there at 8 o'clock, 8:30. You know, it's the
problem then.
tail end of it. It's got to be done early.
How
so-
do we distinguish this from, this is non-existence, allegedly?
Well,
that
there's
lends
a
it-
hell of a lot of
Well, that's some inf-
material
but that
sitting on
also
that
is
property,
informative.
not in existence.
It's an informative if it's that busy without this thing operating. That's
Well,
informative.
there's an awful lot of material. I'm not so sure they're not operating.
Vacant lot?
It's
What
not
else is
vacant.
subject?
You go down there.
Oh, I was down there about 6 weeks ago. It seemed to be empty other than
Well, there's trucks in there. I go there. I go there on
They weren't
weekends
there when
too. You go on weekends?
No.
I do. All right, so we're gonna hold that one.
Good.
All right?
258, the 30-day letter was also sent. Okay, so we have an update on 377 of 24. Patrick and I, we inspected with the building department, and we did go through the entire house and confirmed that there were only 2 apartments. There was no, the third apartment that was in the basement was removed. However, upon inspection, it was uncovered that additional relief may be necessary from this board. Specifically, the garage, which was attached to the house but didn't have access from the house, was converted to living space.
So they moved the apartment from the other place to that one.
But it's interesting because the house, when it was built, had a 4-foot, 8-inch side yard. So that would have been fine for a garage. However, now that it's living space, it most likely needs variance relief. Additionally, there are air conditioning units that are in that side yard. So we advised the applicants that they need to file for those structures that, you know, will likely require variance relief, and that the board will make a determination on all matters, not do piecemeal.
And they go to the back of the queue?
They could, but.
Or we could hold, let me ask you, even if they didn't need side yard relief once they converted, wouldn't they need relief anyway for the conversion itself?
Correct.
Yeah.
So they need conversion and the encroachment.
Correct, but, you know, I don't know if it would, if the conversion would have been out of right, as of right, that would be up to the building
No, but
department.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is a garage conversion to living, regardless of whatever else it triggers, is it itself a trigger, does it require BZA relief? If I have a garage, I have I have all my, I mean, all my setbacks, everything. And I go, well, you know what, I'm gonna convert this garage to living space. Do I need?
Is it an attached garage with access to the dwelling?
Is it what?
If it's an attached garage
Yes.
with access to the dwelling,
Yes.
and there's a door from, say, the living room.
Yeah, I
to
understand.
it, then no, it would not trigger anything. If there is no access, it's actually a use because the definition of a garage is for storage.
So that's a use variance they need.
Correct.
Wow, so they need a use variance for that.
And the side yard, right, now it approaches to the side.
If the original grant or the original permit was issued using the diminished side yard, because you allow the 12-foot aggregate equivalents for a garage, then yes, you would need a side yard, probably aggregate or a side yard.
Wait, what's that? When I have an attached garage, the aggregate is 12 instead of 15?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Outside of an LPRD?
Outside of the LPRD.
So if you have,
There's nothing above the garage, you can't build over the garage or anything, so you're allowed to be diminished to 12-foot aggregate.
so if I have a house, I've never applied that. So if we have a house with a single-story garage, and the whole house complies with setbacks, except the garage is setback only 12, the aggregate with the garage,
aggregate.
and only the garage reduces to 12, no relief.
As long as the bedroom is still 5 feet.
Wow, I did not know that.
Christine, did you say the garage is an apartment now?
It's not it was but it was converted, you can't get a car in there. There's about a 6-inch lift that a car would have to drive over. Tile floors are down there, you know, so they would have to, I think, modify it if, you know, back into a garage where you could drive an automobile. But again, the point that I discussed with the applicants is they need to file with the building department. We go based on their denial, so I don't know if they need variance relief. It seems like they do, but we gotta wait for them to file. It's like putting a cart before the horse.
Okay.
I did listen to the case. It's a residence we let them file their paperwork and then deny the use.
Which use?
Two-family, converted to a two-family.
Well, my understanding with this case is that it was an expired two-family. Ownership changed, so there was a prior two-family grant on the property that had expired. And it seems like the prior landowner put an illegal basement apartment, then took it out, and then after the inspections from the building department, put it back in.
You refreshed my memory, thank you.
So,
Yeah, so it was some young kid here.
correct. And again, we went through from top to bottom. The basement is, it's finished, but it's storage, there's a bathroom, everything is permitted.
Everything's written.
Yeah,
Okay, going on.
okay.
Thank you.
Did they do it, did you guys do it together, this one? I don't want it, but, you know. I live in the neighborhood.
I'm familiar with Oceanside Institution.
Well, you know what it is though, it's only a two-story lane, you know, Long Beach Road there is 2 lanes. And it's horrible, you know, so, you know, do we want more and more? They're gonna argue, right now, there used to be tractor trailers. Well, I would never, well, I would never have voted for that one, I can tell you that, and I know why it went through.
This is the same idea with John's, you know, Hempstead Avenue, or whatever it is. This is another one above it, special exception to park the vehicles. Same idea, Woodfield Road as this.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, I have a motion, all right, with respect to property, with respect to case 597 of 2024, location of property 2525 Long Beach Road in Oceanside. I move to deny this. I do not think that that area, it's like an over-intensification of the area with a three-story building, because most of the area there is residential.
Is there anything else?
In addition to that, he's renting parking spaces to, which should be utilized. He hasn't asked for that relief, and
For
he's
patrons.
using.
Should
Should be patrons of the primary business and not others.
Well
Well,
said.
he doesn't need a parking variance, so it's hard
No.
for us to say you can't rent this
No.
parking if you have enough
All
for
right, so we have a second on the motion to
Second.
deny it?
Second.
All in favor of the denial? Aye.
I'm abstention.
Any-
Correct, we have 3 folks that
Any
weren't here.
opposed? And with all due respect, I would like the enforcement people to go and visit him on a regular basis.
Christine will
Since
notify
they
him.
Yes, we will notify them today.
fenced. All right?
Okay.
Anything on page 3?
Yes, I have an update on 608 of 24. The board will remember that was the case where the applicant was unsure what, well, we wanted to give him the opportunity to either remove or legalize the basement bathroom. He did provide plans that show that the bathroom is to be removed. So we did get, see, it's removed plumbing fixtures, existing plumbing to be capped. So they did provide a plan.
To us. Now, how does that end up making its way with the grant to the building department so the
This-
permit gets corrected?
This was actually in the portal, so we would just do a condition. I mean, I would think if the board's inclined to grant it, we just do a condition that the basement bathroom is removed.
And so then when it gets to the building department and they do their thing, they will be aware,
The plan's been approved, this is removed.
they will be aware that that bathroom has to be removed.
Correct.
This application will remove everything, all the
Yes.
finishes in the basement.
Correct, including the
I just
bathroom.
want to make sure that whatever we do, it ends up getting there,
But
because
that's
I don't
why-
know how the procedures work.
That's why I think a condition would be appropriate, so it highlights that, even though the plans indicate that it's to be removed.
Okay.
So wouldn't you reference that's in the portal, that the amendment date?
We absolutely can, and
I
can
mean, we
reference-
should, in
Sure.
order to help those guys out,
Sure,
right?
as indicated on the plan approved, blah, 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 by the plans examiner.
Or submitted by the architect on such and such date.
Okay. Let's turn this.
We'll,
Revised whenever.
Well, it was approved on 7/10/24.
so we can reference it accurately.
So do we need a new motion if, oh, it was approved by the building department, you mean?
Correct.
All right, so we need a motion on 608.
We need a motion.
Okay. I move as it relates to case 608 of 2024, I can't pronounce it.
Over out.
The case affects the property at 556 Washington Avenue in West Hempstead. I move that we grant the requested relief with the condition that the removal of those items in the bathroom that were reflected on the
Thank you,
newly
Vinnie.
provided plan
Appreciate it.
that was approved by the building department on 7/10/24 be imposed.
Second.
Is it granted as amended?
It's granted as requested.
With the conditions
We'll-
on
we'll
that.
we'll
I
reference
referenced-
this.
I referenced it already in my motion.
Okay.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
I
didn't
On that
inspect-
page?
No, and I gotta
Okay, because I did get the breakdown from her, but we'll,
With respect to whom?
so we had to get the breakdown on the lot area,
Yeah,
609, next one, but we'll.
but I
we'll-
didn't inspect it, and I don't know. I need it.
Okay,
Did I get the materials on it?
probably we'll give it again.
Did we get anything on 479?
470
That's Popeyes.
Popeyes.
Conditions and site plan.
I haven't received anything, we'll,
On the referral. Have anything?
on the referral calendar, we do still have case number,
Is that basically the CDD calendar?
where is it? It's on the, right here. 794, it's, Carl Lev Abavos,
Call for- Yeah.
500 Hungry Harbor. I know that amended plans were provided where the project was diminished, and there is a letter that outlines everything, which we'll make part of the record when it comes to the diminished plans, but it's on the referral calendar, so if the board's ready to decide that case.
I'd like, any discussion?
We're ready to decide.
You want me to make a
We
motion?
have to make a motion to move from referral to decision.
Okay, so I understand. I move that case 794 of 2023, Kol Torah Tefillah, 500 Hungry Harbor Road, near Valley Stream, that we restore that case to the reserve calendar.
Second.
Aye. I further move as it relates to the same case, that based on the materials in the file, the testimony provided at the hearing, and other relevant information, that the board adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination.
Second?
Second.
Aye. And then I move that, as it relates to the same case, that the board approve the requested relief with the new materials provided as to the construction, with the conditions that were previously discussed: no weddings, no bar mitzvahs, no daycare, etc., and that whatever engineering requirements as to dry flood proofing in the event that the basement/first level is to be used as habitable or usable space be also complied with.
Second?
I have a question.
Sure.
What's new?
Okay, so this is.
You didn't see the amended plan?
No. Copy of the, okay, these are the amended plans.
Take a minute.
No, but I don't know if anyone.
I did hand them out.
I saw it, I saw it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe you weren't here.
That you weren't here. Here's another copy of the letter.
My question is, so we're okay with 3 stories?
So, apparently.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah, due to floodplain, they weren't able to.
It's a religious thing.
Correct.
It's a religious thing. They sent that in like a month ago, I think, the amended plans? It was a while ago.
It's kind of actually, it's not there, the first level we call the basement level, it's only functions. It's only functions that do, but it's basement for a second. You know, this might what I did, this might what we may not look like, this might for that. So they went from 39 to 2 inches.
I second the motion to grant the variances. I have read the record, and I second the motion.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anything else?
Okay. And
require,
Unanimity.
Administrative
a fee and all of that stuff?
They already did it once, the reopening, they.
Oh, right.
Testimony, the letter.
Yeah.
And it was granted with 7 foot.
Correct.
Now they're changing it.
No, she means they already played once to modify and then,
Correct. So I feel like this is more administrative, but this, to me,
I
is.
don't care.
I'll make the motion. I move as it relates to case 123 of 2024, Franklin Square. The property is at 166 to 206 New Hyde Park Road. It's Franklin Plaza LLC. I move that we modify the caption in that case to reference the setback of the sign, and instead of 7 feet, 10 feet back from New Hyde Park Road, and that we modify the decision to reflect the grant of 10 feet rather than 7 feet setback from New Hyde Park Road.
All in favor?
Aye. You get those.
The only change was, it was a setback.
Right, and it's a
Oh, you need
revision
that.
dated
That's the original.
August
Correct.
2nd,
So
2024.
what I personally think happened, I think that.
They did
the
both, but
folks-
they forgot.
They sent the wrong plans, because the plans that we had on our modified decision were, the 12, 7/12. You're gonna see a modification.
Yes, I
to
see that,
7/12.
yes.
And so the date of our modification was in August. After, I think it was August 7th, but don't quote me on that. So I think the wrong plans were sent to the attorney. Herein lies the problem.
get it.
So they intended this all along.
Correct, and that's why we
They're those houses.
for Malvern Gold. All right? Does anyone want to make a motion? It's got to be unanimous, so.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. That we,
That we rehear, do we have any paperwork on that?
second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous?
Would you just write down what I
And what about 407?
I'm going to hold that.
Okay, sure.
What's 407, this one?
Yeah.
I want to look
This
at
one?
that. I want to
407.
see how
Give that to
many,
John, too.
Joey, how
John
many,
is-
how many other
Okay, so I,
can, are subject
Can't
to
even
the
see
same
it.
exact bid?
so,
Because you could qualify, it's a irregular.
Denied based on inadequacy of counsel. Yeah. Okay. You did a masterful job. For a guy who winged it, which you did, I'm saying, pretty good. Yeah, look, let's face it, you know, the compliments get you nowhere. You opened up with the magnificence of the room.
I know they asked me to speak quite some time, but we did a transaction a while ago.
Who, you and I?
We did.
Yeah,
And, plus I never paid for my car.
that's all right. I didn't like you then, I don't like you any better now.
But at the time,
Which one was it?
you were saying that I think your son was going into law school, graduating.
He was 6 years ago, going into law school. He's going into law school again. He just started his first semester. He hated it.
Because it's interesting, because you said you were keeping the practice going for your son.
Yeah, I'm still keeping the practice going for my son. I should live long enough to see him graduate, Kevin.
Well, it's funny because I tell all my kids, but they don't listen to your stories. I tell them, I said, go into, I said, it's portable, you can go anywhere you want.
Sure.
Anywhere you want. I loved it. Like I tell you, a buddy of mine, his daughter came out as a first, 96,000 hours, he works 3/12s. So you're off work.
Yeah.
She just became a nurse practitioner, went right to one. I made a lot of lifelong friends. Like, I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
Kevin, my son's wife, the son who's going to law school now, his wife's an NP. It's one problem, she doesn't like to deal with sick people. She'll make a fortune. I told him, your wife's gonna hang out a shingle. It's gonna say Myra Regano, nurse practitioner, but if you're sick, don't come here. You make a fortune.
You know, I can see, I'm in the bar.
Is her name Myra?
Myra.
Yeah, I used to be an EMT. They just made it so hard for you to keep your cards and stuff like that. But it's such a great entry for these kids to go in there and
Sure.
get a taste for it, and then this way, you ride the ambulance, you see whether, not just drive the ambulance. Right. So it's like, I'm the old guy driving the ambulance. What's the key to your cars? Oh, yeah, this was the key to my car and
I kept on losing these things, what gets me in the firehouse. So I have to hang around the neck.
I took a few weeks
I
for
got
this.
it. So, yeah.
I do that with glasses. I leave them everywhere. Take it easy. Pleasure.
Yep, okay.
Are we done?
Do we need a motion to adjourn?
Patrick, are we
Patrick.
still on here?
Can we? Oh, okay. Somebody want to make a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Closed.